Sweta, we are live. We can start, Sweta, please.
So, shall we start?
Yes, please.
We don't have to engage in grand, heroic actions to participate and change. Small acts, when multiplied by millions of people, can transform the world, said by Howard Z. Honorable dignitaries and respected guests from industry and academia, and all of our participants have a wonderful afternoon. I, Shweta Shah and Harshita Rahani are honored to welcome you all to the Leadership Summit 2022 on behalf of BML Munjal University. Thank you for joining us on day 2 of the Leadership Summit as panels of corporate leaders, HRs, and responsibility team take a deep dive into a brave new world. The business enterprise must be part of the solution in our quest for sustainability. Navigating this transition raises tough questions. Get to know what the new age sustainable business model for the future look like and how it could transform the job landscape, education and learning in India. As we all know, that sustainable development is an idea that human society must live and meet their need without compromising the ability of future generations to meet their own needs. We need business models that can reconcile. How can company can create and deliver value for its multiple stakeholders while capturing value for itself? We'll love to share a small video movie of the making of hero for our audience. May I request the host to play the video?
From the bylanes of Kamalia and the rugged landscapes of Quetta, they escaped to India with little more than the shirts on their backs. In the partition-ravaged cities of Amritsar, Agra and Delhi, 4 of the 6 Munjal brothers, Dayanand, Satyanand, Brij Mohanlal and Om Prakash, built their business part by part. Armed with nothing but self-belief, the brothers began with trading and then manufacturing bicycle parts, which soon evolved into the production of bicycles. For post-independence India, the hero bicycle gave wings to the aspirations of the common man. By 1986, 30 years after its inception, Hero Cycles became the largest bicycle maker in the world. In the next 15 years, the motorcycle venture, Hero Honda, repeated the feat. And both pole positions are held firmly even today. Hero's story is about humble beginnings, the refugee entrepreneurial spirit, hard work, and zeal. It looks at how 4 brothers with little formal education created a world-class enterprise. This is the incredible tale of a principle-driven organization that created exceptional value for a society that desperately needed transportation. How did 4 brothers with distinct personalities work like a cohesive unit and build a manufacturing behemoth? How did they synchronize their strengths? How did they resolve their differences, if any? The story goes deep inside the family spirit, the parivar. that brought together employees, customers, channel partners, suppliers, and local communities to create success, welfare, and well-being for millions. This is the making of Hero. 4 brothers, 2 wheels, and a revolution that shaped India.
What an amazing and inspiring story to watch an evolution of a world-class enterprise. We definitely have a lot to learn from the principal and family-driven organization. So let's get started with a discussion on sustainable business models for the future. Today here, we have 4 amazing and great visionaries in their respective fields to have a discussion on our sustainability. The moderator for our panel is Dr. Deepak Pandit. He is a dedicated educator as well as business professional with a background in academic research. Along with that, he is an expert in executive training, innovation, corporate entrepreneurship, and business model. The stage is all yours, sir.
Thank you so much, Harshita, and a warm welcome to all the audience, distinguished panelists, my colleagues, and all the staff and students who have worked so relentlessly to make this summit a success. And so firstly, I would like to share with all of you that Mr. Sunil Kant Munjal would be sharing his keynote address at 4:15 p.m. He's been held up due to some exigencies. And we are going to commence with our panel discussion at 3:15, but we had a surprise. I see all my co-panelists are here with me. So welcome to all of you. We thought, this topic that we had, that emerging business models, the balance between sustainability and entrepreneurship, practicing the TBLs, born startups, has some very interesting themes. And we thought maybe we could get to know what the audience thinks on this before we go. We have about 5-6 minutes before we start the panel discussion. So I'm going to request, Arun, if we can have that poll from the audience. So the audience, you're going to be flashed with a poll, and we would like you to give your answer to those poll questions. There are 3 questions in all. And can we have question 1 coming up, Arun, please? So 60 seconds for answering this. And I believe we should also be able to answer it as panelists. And so I'll request all my panelists and other colleagues also to answer this, and I'll also answer this. So audience, my request to you, 60 seconds, please answer this question. Arun, are we good with the answers? 30 more seconds to go.
Almost 51%, sir, till now.
All right. I think we have a few more seconds to go.
Yeah.
Yeah. All right. So Arun, can we see the results? All right. And that's a very interesting split. There is no one reason. They like the market, they like the money, they like sustainability, they're fascinated with technology, and all of the above. And to my co-panelists, we will come back to this during our discussion, right? Because this is one question where I want that we should have your inputs on why are you in this space, right? And thank you so much. So 66%. And Arun, may I request you to put on our next poll question, please? Audience, please, would request you to answer this question as well. And I can also answer this. I think the poll has come up again, Arun. Are we good with the poll? Arun, can we have the answer for this poll as well?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. This is coming, sir.
Arun, if you can just let us know the answer and we will move on.
Yes, sir. In few seconds, sir. Sure. Yeah.
All right. So I think we have some answers there. And what was very clear for the few seconds that it was flashed is there's a large size of Indian market, and we have Mr. One of our participants, Mr. Namish Jain, from an Israeli company, and we have all startups. So I think there are some interesting insights for a discussion. But before we start, I'll hand it back to the MCs for an introduction of the panel. Please.
Thank you, sir. Now it's my pleasure to invite panelists, and let me introduce them. Mr. Manish Chapkara is the Chief Executive Officer and Managing Director of EKI Energy Service Limited, the world's largest developer and supplier of carbon credits. He started Enking International in 2008 with the goal of leading business throughout the world to a future of net zero carbon emissions. Enking International provides strategic services and solutions to enterprises for their carbon asset management, including carbon credit generation, supply, and offsetting, with a profound commitment to contribute to the welfare of planet Earth at its core.
Our second panelist is Mr. Anmol Jaggi, CEO and co-founder Blue Smart Mobility and Gensol Engineering. Mr. Jaggi is one of India's foremost clean energy expert. Blue Smart Electric Mobility is creating India's largest and most responsible B2C electric mobility business. At Gensol Engineering Limited, Mr. Jaggi leads a team of 800 technocrats in the renewable energy service industry.
Now we have Mr. Nimish Jain as a third panelist, who is an MBA graduate from Indian Institute of Management, Lucknow, and the CEO of Airtech Solar India Private Limited. He has over 13 years of renewable energy expertise in new market development operations, strategy, and business development roles. He has extensive experience building global operations in India and developing Indian enterprise businesses operations to over 20 nations and 5 continents.
Our fourth panelist for the day is Mr. Utkarsh Singh, a BML Munjal University graduate, is the co-founder and CEO of BTech Energy Private Limited. BTech Energy is one of India's few urban mining firms recycling and extracting valuable metals such as cobalt, nickel, and lithium from end-of-life lithium-ion batteries in order to create a circular battery supply chain for the next world energy transition. He is devoted to bringing greener solutions to India and expanding them to the rest of the world. Now, I would request Dr. Pandit to take the discussion from here. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Sweta. Thank you, Harshita. And right, can we also have Manish? I can see him on the panel, but right. Manish, can you join us in the panel? Right. Thank you so much. So good. So our theme, as you know, is Born Global Startups. And I'm hoping that all of you are born global, right? And you are in sustainable space. So we're going to start by giving 4 to 5 minutes for all of you to give introductory remarks about the topic and your own models. So I will start with Manish. Manish, you've set a trend in a very, very new and high-tech space, which is evolving. You've been in this space for almost, more than 10, 15 years. You have toiled, you have created this. And I must say that Mr. Trump's going and the next administration coming would have helped you with the climate change policy of the US. I've been following your stock price. So over to you, and we'd like to hear from you for the next few minutes. And in the interest of time, because we want to stop sharp at 4:15 and hand it over to Mr. Munjal, I would request all the panelists to keep up to the time limit. Manish, over to you.
Yeah, so thank you for the introduction about our organization, about me. So the business that we do is overall related to the carbon credits, and as you know, globally, various organizations and the government under the Paris Agreement, they had declared that they want to become net zero, or they want to become carbon neutral by some year, maybe by 2050, 2060, 2070. So Indian government had declared that we want to become, overall India as a nation want to become carbon neutral by 2070. Chinese government had declared that they want to become by 2060, and similarly other developed nations had done the same for year 2050. So that is the present scenario under the Paris Agreement era, and we fit into the whole picture in reference to the supplying carbon credits to the buyers who are looking to become carbon neutral or to achieve net zero emissions, either in that means 100% aspects, or like various organizations, they declared that they want to become carbon neutral by 2030 or by 2025. So that is a different target that they have signed. So we do provide advisory services to the project owners in reference to the getting their project registered, getting them verified, identify the eligible projects which can earn carbon credit revenue, and so we do provide end-to-end comprehensive advisory services starting from document collection up to the revenue realization. Various different technologies across the globe for which we have worked for either renewable energy projects or waste management projects or energy efficiency, upstream oil and gas, nature-based solution projects, community-based projects. So there are various different kinds of projects for which we work. Recently, we have got into a joint venture with Shell to develop nature-based solution projects. So now we are moving ourselves into the development, project development side on ground, especially exclusively in India and nearby nations, wherein we will deploy funds to create forest or sustainable agricultural practices or mangroves, and then claim for the carbon credit. So overall, this also fits into the sustainability services. At last, we help buyers and sellers, or you can say the organizations, either into the manufacturing sector or into the service sector, to become carbon neutral. So we help them to first determine their carbon footprint, also help them to reduce those footprints, and then ultimately, if they are not able to achieve the same, we do supply carbon offsets developed from our portfolio. So these are all the services that we do provide. We do have the business is around 13 years old, and we had served around 2,500 clients at 40 plus nations. The team size at present we do have is around 200, and we would be growing exponentially after getting listed over Bombay Stock Exchange. So this is the overall business model we do have into the sustainability domain.
Thank you so much, Manish. And I'm going to come back to you. I'm very interested in this exponential rise in the last less than a year in your stock price, your joint venture with Shell with 1,500 crores of investment, and what that is going to do. And the fact that in the Indian context, you are the only player who's doing this. But we will come back to you on this, because I think both with offsets and with carbon trading, there is a huge opportunity. But I would like to move on and invite Mr. Anmol Jaggi to share us about his opening remarks. Anmol, over to you.
Thanks, Deepak ji, and very warm good afternoon to everyone. From my side, I've been got into the clean green energy space in 2007. Was an early mover in the solar domain. Have always been intrigued by technology which is going to bring in cost disruptions. So when in 2007, people used to talk about a solar project being 25 crore rupees, I think we were always gunning for 90% less at today's price of 3 crores. So the aim was always that technology will disrupt the cost curve, and that will bring in mass adoption. And when it comes to mass adoption, a lot of the business flourishes. The same is with electric mobility. We got into electric mobility about 2.5 years back. And it was again the same thing, which said that technology is going to disrupt the cost curve on lithium this time. For solar, it was silicon. For electric batteries, it is lithium. And that is going to lead to a mass adoption. The only difference being that the earlier business was more B2B. This is B2C. This is more consumer centric. That was more business centric. So having now done about 10, 12 years, 14 years of building both of them, happy that have always been in the clean and green space, and contributed to this path of net zero emissions and decarbonizing mobility that the nation wants to do, and as well as creating value for us and value for all our shareholders. So that's been the kind of journey that I have had.
And thank you, Anmol, and you were bang on time. So thank you for that. Right, you saved us a couple of minutes there. But I one thing which I find fascinating is that you have done the journey from solar to e-mobility, and I see a connection between the two. And I think that is a very fascinating model. Because at some stage, this question of e-mobility needing power and where will that power come from. So your transition from being a solar consultancy firm, and it started with Gensol, but I believe you have other firms now, right? And BlueSmart being very successful in that B2C space that you talked about are areas that we like that you will share more insights with us, and we look forward to that.
Sure.
Right.
Sure.
Right. Thank you so much. I would now like to invite Mr. Namish Jain to share his opening remarks. And Namish, welcome, please.
Yeah, thanks, Dr. Deepak, and thanks for conducting such a wonderful session with great co-panelists. So I'm Nimish. I represent a company called Airtech Solar, which is an Israeli-based company, and it's a stock listed company in Tel Aviv Stock Exchange. We manufacture robotic solutions for cleaning solar panels. I mean, if you look at in Indian context, it's even very important, because if you look, the cleaning of solar panels is very important, which is probably done manually by using, water, which is very precious, as we all know, and especially in the places where solar is abundant, states like Rajasthan and some parts of Maharashtra, parts of Gujarat, water is anyways scarce. So this company came up with a solution wherein on one hand it will preserve water, on other hand it will improve the efficiency of the overall solar generating system, so creating less losses and improved efficiency. So it's in both the ways, it is actually sort of helping to reduce carbon credits, and also helping companies to probably have a much better and optimized solution of cleaning. So if you talk about, I mean, in India, probably over a year we probably spend close to around millions of liters of water for cleaning solar panels, which can be sort of offsetted by using robotic cleaning. And our company is also coming up with a few more technological innovative products which will be also deployed in solar projects like drones, cameras, other things. It will also probably help betterment of the solar projects. And also one more thing, what we are also probably looking at is to have a both portable solutions as well as autonomous solutions. So with portable solutions, there will still be need for people. So, it will not be that, 100% robotic, meaning probably, there will not be need of people working on site. So with portable solutions, yes, it will be there. But with autonomous solution, it can be monitored anywhere. Sitting in Israel, you can monitor a plant in Rajasthan, or maybe sitting in US, you can do that. So that technology we are bringing in India, and we have been very successful so far. We have deployed more than 1,000 megawatt of robots in India already, and we are working currently with some of the leading developers. And looking forward this to grow exponentially. We already have a manufacturing setup in Noida in India, and probably adding more manufacturing locations in years to come as we grow.
All right. Thank you, Nimish. And you personify a born global startup because you are coming from Israel and you are already there in a different market. I believe you are also contributing to Atmanirbhar Bharat by having your own manufacturing unit here.
Yeah,
So
yeah, it's
these
already there.
high-tech products which allow, and you mentioned about drone and autonomous robots, and I think that is the way to go. And what we would like to know about you is how you are mixing this technology, and are there more, for example, use of IoT? So what is the evolutionary path in terms of technology products? Because we would like Indian startups to take similar paths, right? So I look forward to hearing more from you, right?
Thank you.
And I would now like to invite Mr. Utkarsh Singh, to share about his startup BATEX. And he's a proud alumnus of BML Munjal University. So Utkarsh, over to you.
Yeah, thank you so much, sir, for inviting me, and thank you, everyone. The harm that is creating by the greenhouse, gases on the globe has, made it mandatory to shift to a new, energy that is needed for the world. And that is where the electric mobility has come in. And the core of the electric mobility in the today's world is the lithium-ion battery. And that is where, BATEX is focusing that how we can create the circular supply chain so that the material that is utilized inside these batteries like cobalt, nickel, and lithium, which is limited into the earth's crust, how can it be used, infinitely again and again into the loop? So that is where, our team has been focusing to develop technology of recycling that we can utilize to extract these materials up to the purity level of around 95 to 96%. So that again, it can be put back to make new fresh batteries. And, the way the EV industry is moving, around 128 million EVs will be on road by 2030 in India. And the demand of these materials is rising enormously. And the mining activity that is being happening, it is very, very water exhaustive. It is very, very, CO2, it emits a lot of CO2. So that is where is the need to develop circular, business models. And that is where, we as BATEX is contributing in cutting down the demand, the supply, adding to the supply chain where the mining activities are reduced and the recycled material can be used again and again. So that's about us.
All right, Utkarsh, very interesting. And I feel that, the business model which you have adopted has certain lessons and certain reasons why we should champion it. We do not have the largest of resources in rare earth minerals, right? So whatever rare earths we are importing for batteries, if we can reuse that, clearly it will add to the ecosystem on electric vehicles that we are building up. And I would like to know about the vision that can we make India the battery recycling capital of the world? Because clearly everybody in the world, we are going to batteries, right? And while those who have the access to those resources can produce more batteries, and we'll talk to that, come to that question of circular economy, right? So thank you. I see very interesting business models and all of you at various stages of valuation, right? Manish, I wanted to start and open up with you if we can have you with us, right? So Manish, you have a win-win solution for everybody, right? To those who have carbon emissions, you consult with them and you show them how to reduce their carbon emissions, and you do consulting. And then those carbon credits, you actually go and arbitrage with those who need offsets. And that's a global arbitrage. And right now you are the only one doing this successfully. And clearly those commitment to, and one of the interesting thing here is that India is the third largest emitter in the world. But if you look at in percentages, and I'll not name that, China and America is more than 50%, and we are only 5% of the world's emissions. That's the data that I was looking at it. But we still get bracketed as the top 3 emitters in the world, which I don't think is fair. Of course, we all need to reduce our emissions. So with this commitment for emissions, the market has grown, and that is reflected in your stock price. So what is the scale and size of this market that you see in the future? And as of now, you don't have competition, at least in India. How do you see competition into this market? because this is a market which is developing both carbon credits as well as offsets. So there's an emission. So over to you, Manish.
Yes. So thanks. Thanks again. As of now, since under the Paris Agreement, we have to reduce the emissions and to achieve 1.5 degree centigrade temperature target. Annually, we need to reduce around 58 billion carbon credits on per annum basis. We require the same, and as of now, it's almost around the total generation capacity will be ranging less than 5 billion carbon credits. So almost you can see by 2030, 2040, 2070, the large number of carbon offsets would be required by the nations, by the companies, either at the domestic level, either maybe at the compliance level. So there are two different markets as of now. One is the compliance market, another one is the voluntary market. In that the compliance market, the nations used to give the emission target to reduce to the manufacturing and service setups to reduce the emissions. Otherwise, in the voluntary market, people they used to buy under voluntary, you can say, the pledges that they have signed. So as of now, for the credits originated from India or from other developing nations, majority of the credits are going under the voluntary market, and the voluntary market size is around $2 billion as of now, and which will grow 2 to 3 times every year till 2030. That is the forecast that the people had, or the companies who used to determine such kind of or evaluate the market size in our voluntary market, they have determined this particular figure. So yes, since we were working, there were various organizations during year 2005 to 2011 that were working in our industry, but they had stopped their working since the carbon market prices had gone during 2011-12. But we were there under the survival mode, and that is how we were able to capitalize, or you can say, we were able to secure the maximum market share or whatever that we are enjoying during this point of time. So yes, the market is going to explode drastically in the coming few years. So although still we are there in the voluntary carbon market, but by next 1 to 5 years time period, India will also be having its own compliance market, starting with the voluntary one for 3 years, and maybe then it will get converted into the compliance market. The Bureau of Energy Efficiency under Ministry of Power, they are working to develop this market specifically. While in other nations, in China, you can say the China emission trading scheme is there already in place, which had got started during this during last year, and will get it's a good position during this calendar year. While other nations, developing nations specifically, like South Africa, or you can say the Singapore or South Korea, they are also having, they are the emerging markets similar to India, and they are also having the compliance market. So yes, slowly the whole industry would be going under the compliance markets from the voluntary markets, and the market size will increase at its peak in next 5 to 10 years time.
So Manish, just picking up on that, and so the voluntary market itself, you said, is $2 billion and will increase exponentially to $6 billion in the next 5 years, right? And this is just from an Indian perspective that you were giving the number. Am I right in my understanding?
No, it's global market size, okay, in the voluntary space.
In the voluntary space. So now my question is, ultimately, these voluntary carbon credits that are getting generated could be used as offsets and would be used as offsets in other parts of the world. Right? For example, in Europe, this time they had a power crisis and they had to do a lot of thermal generation. And because regulation in that part of the world is so effective and right now stringent, they would probably buy offsets to set off those carbon emissions which they have increased because of use of thermal. I'm just referring to the the winter crisis which happened in Europe. Now you are obviously able to arbitrage. Is there a preference for voluntary credits coming from India versus, say, coming from Africa or other parts of the world? Because clearly India has its own industrialized infrastructure. And do you see that? And the second, and which is a question, given this large size of the market and compliance market coming up, do you see other players joining this fray and evangelizing this place? Because you're clearly the leader in this space. Would that be a helpful threat? There are other global players, but I'm talking about Indian startups.
Yeah, so in India, we do have maximum market share, and slowly that means obviously looking at our numbers and looking at the numbers that the market is having, the carbon market is having. So obviously, the companies at the national, international level would be able to, they may be planning to enter into the market, and obviously we need to face that particular competition. And otherwise, in reference to the preference of credits, so India as of now is the credits during year 2005 to 11. China was one of the largest. Now India is one of the largest. You can say during last 7-8 years we are the one of the largest. So slowly and slowly, people, the buyers, they wish to add the carbon offsets or the carbon credit generated from various nations, specifically the developing nations, and they wish to have various geography credits in their bouquet of the carbon offsets that they used to buy on annual basis. So these are the responses from my end. Yeah.
And you would be going to other parts of the world with this shell, and you would be going to Africa, because if this preference develops, then they would like that you have credits not just from India, but other remote parts where the West would like to put the money in offsets. Do you have plans?
Yeah, so as of now, we do have team already. We have team there in 15 plus nations, and we have planned that we should be able to expand the geography to 50 plus during next financial year. So yeah, so geographical expansion is one of the favorite choice of ours during next financial year.
I'll come back to you. I have a question on carbon trading and as a solution to this deficit financing, which we need for developmental finance, which we keep on talking about, but I'll come back to you. Anmol, now I had this question and I want to ask you. We have moved from ICE to e-mobility, right? And clearly hydrocarbons versus batteries, they're reducing the emissions, right? But if I look at the target for India in terms of generation of power, 2030, we are saying we'll go 50% renewables, 2040, we'll go there. So basically what we are doing is we are changing emission from Delhi NCRs to remote parts of the country like Jharkhand and Chhattisgarh, where the power plants are. Because if you are in the e-mobility business, and ultimately e-mobility requires electric power. And at least for the next 10 years, 20 years, a majority of our electric power, and yesterday we had a panel where we had a representative from NTPC Videsh, right? And we were discussing with them that what is the roadmap in terms of power generation in the country. We continue as a country to be committed to thermal power generation and for valid reasons. But my question is, does it really help changing the emissions from Delhi to remote parts of the country? Because for all that e-mobility which is happening, we still will have emissions when the power is being generated through thermal.
Super. Thank you. Thanks, Dr. Deepak, for asking this question. I think it's the area where we need most amount of clarifications. I think people don't have adequate kind of correct information around this. When it comes to emissions, I like to classify emissions in two buckets. One, emissions which contribute towards global warming, which is carbon dioxide. The other, which impacts your health, which is commonly known as what you classify as AQI index, average quality index of the air quality index, and which is basically comprising of PM 2.5 and PM5 emissions, particulate matter emissions, which are there. Now, what impacts Delhi, I think because the university is based out of this geography and maybe a lot of listeners are from this geography, or globally anywhere, what impacts your health is particulate emissions and not carbon dioxide. And what electric mobility does that it makes particulate emissions going to zero, which is extremely important from a short-term nature of keeping the health of the citizens intact. So if Delhi wants to improve its AQI from 400 plus that we constantly observe to take it to where London or where New York is at 5 or 7 or 1, what we need to do is we need to get particulate emissions to zero. And the only possible reason of how we can get to there is by converting to electric mobility. This will not just be great for this will be the city will become much cleaner, etc. But from a health infrastructure perspective, you will see that all the pulmonary diseases which people in the city of Delhi, NCR, or other areas where AQI is very high, they get impacted by lung problems and asthma and all of that. They will reduce substantially. So that's a very important component of emissions. I think emissions are not just carbon emissions, but more importantly, health of the people get impacted by particulate matter. When it comes to carbon, I will take you back to physics, and electricity is the best form of transmission of electricity of any form of energy. So in a car, there is mechanical energy which is being converted in a small engine. Small engines are very inefficient as compared to large thermal power plants, which operate at supercritical efficiencies. Today, the power plants which are built in the country by NTPC or by any other private player operate at a supercritical efficiency of 40% plus, whereas our engine in the car operates at a 10-12% kind of efficiency. So even if our bulk of the energy comes still from coal-fired power plants, but those coal-fired power plants are much more efficient than the smaller engines which are running in millions on the roads of the country. They, from a CO2 emission perspective also, that is much better. Two, with the increasing renewable energy penetration, we are already at about 30% renewable energy penetration of the Indian grid, which will be 50% by 2030 and maybe 100% by 2050. That component of CO2 will go to zero. But like for like, running a car on a diesel or a petrol or a CNG versus running a car on electric mobility, even though the emission source might be coming, even though the power might be coming from the Indian grid, which is 70% coal, 30% renewables, still electric mobility for every car saves about close to 10 to 12 tons of carbon dioxide a year. So particulate matters, which is the less talked about, but the more impactful emissions which impact the citizens directly. CO2 is contributing to global warming, which is a long-term problem that we all have to solve. Particulate matter impacts you, me, our children every day. So that is real. Global warming is happening, and we have to, as the world, go and attack it. But as citizens of this city or as citizens of India, particulate emission matter impact our lungs every day. So that's how I would want to bring out the impact.
Thank you so much. And I think, that's a very valid point. And I take your point that on a relative basis, we are on the right track. But which leads me to another question, and I think Utkarsh will also have some inputs on that, right? But which is, we are collecting. So what is the end of life solution for batteries? Because we are solving this emission problem now, but 30, 40, 5 years, 60 years down the line, we're going to have a lot of batteries on the planet, and recycling maybe is one of the solutions. But that is a question which keeps on coming to mind when we look at e-mobility. But I will come back to you, Anmol. Right? Thank you so much for that. Okay, Nimish, I wanted to come to you, and two things came to me. Right. So I think Manish, if you are here for another 10 minutes, I had one more question with you. So Manish, you have to leave early, you're saying?
Yeah, I'm sorry for the same. I do have some commitments, so that is why.
So would you be here for another 10 minutes? I wanted to come back to you for one important question after I finish with Mr. Nimish. Would you be here for 10 minutes?
I request to ask me now.
Okay. So Nimish, do I have your permission? I just thought there's one question I was reading. So let me ask before I go to Nimish. Manish, my question to you was, we have this issue of deficit financing, which we need from the West to meet our carbon emission targets. We say that they emitted for another 50, 60 years on the basis of which they grew, right? And now we are asking us to stop our growth so that we can, not grow at the same pace as which they grew. And clearly the financing has not been coming through, while there's a lot of talk about it. Is carbon trading a part of that solution? Can carbon trading get us that financing as a country and as a developed world? which is not coming at the government level. So that was, I think, that was one question I would have come back to you. But I thought if you're leaving, I want to know your perspective on that.
Yeah, so all developing nations, like including India, we need carbon finance or finance, high amount of finance, which is required to achieve our net zero emission targets. And our Prime Minister had declared that we need a very high amount to achieve that particular goal. To achieve this, the carbon credit is one of the solution, but obviously it would not be very much sufficient fund, or you can say the source of fund to meet that particular target. So, $100 billion per annum basis that had been declared during COP21 at the Paris during the Paris agreement when it had been signed. So all developed nations had declared the $100 billion would be the fund that they will do on per annum basis, but they had not given the similar amount even for the single year as of now. So that was a major negotiation point during COP26 during last year, November 21 at Glasgow. And again, it was not high commitment had been given by them. And so during COP27 at Egypt, again, all developing nations, including India, will be raising this particular concern because since we are all developing nations, including India, are now obligated to reduce the emissions, similar to what developed nations are doing to reduce the emissions. But that is a very unfair decision that I do believe in reference to having sufficient availability of the funds for the developing nations like us to achieve the net zero target. So yeah, so that is the unfair decision you can say had been taken during the whole negotiation which is going on under the Paris Agreement.
So Manish, to extending this thought, if we were to look at a carbon exchange in the country, where all the voluntary and then compliance credits could be traded and then be sold as offsets, right? That money could finance some of the transition to technologies. Now you are in that business. I'm not. I am a professor who has studied that business, right? Because the amount of carbon emissions which have to be reduced in the country is billions of carbon credits. And I think one credit is equal to 1 ton of emission, if I'm not wrong, right? So there is a lot of emission that India is going to be taking care of in the next few years. And where are those carbon credits going to be traded? Can we as a country concentrate those credits and look at setting up an exchange? You're already doing it as an entity, right? You're a listed entity and you are doing arbitrage in that. So can that finance help the industry?
Definitely, in coming few years, we would be having maybe like Bureau of Energy Efficiency is working to amend, or you can say Ministry of Power is working to amend Energy Conservation Act 2001, under which Bureau of Energy Efficiency may be getting power to set up initially the voluntary emission trading scheme, and then maybe mandatory or the compliance emission trading scheme. And obviously the exchanges would play a critical role in reference to providing transparency to the buyer and seller of the carbon credits, apart from over-the-counter the trade deals that used to happen like around the world. And in the voluntary carbon market, around 95% of the deals used to happen on over-the-counter basis. And in coming future, obviously the exchanges will do provide a good platform for the buyers and sellers, or the traders or the investors to take their own positions. Yeah. So what was the other question that you had asked for?
So I was looking at the feasibility of doing this by pooling the industries. So I think what you are saying is it's a good idea. It will probably need to be pushed by the government, right?
Yes. Yes. So all the obligated entities, if you see under, for example, under renewable purchase obligation or perform achieve and trade mechanism. So obviously the industries would be obligated. They will do participate to reduce the emissions, and then with the help of carbon finance, they would be able to, for example, if they are achieving more, they would be able to get incentivized to do more. So yeah, so all those players will definitely be the part of the future carbon markets in India.
No, we look forward to you becoming a global startup. And my last question is on your Shell joint venture with that investment, right? So this collaboration with multinationals who are building up this carbon footprint, we will see more of that. That venture is based in Dubai, and I know you're rushing for probably, and you've been in Dubai for some of those things. So that investment is global, or it is related to India, or it's both?
So definitely, it's so we have got the exclusivity to develop the projects within India and nearby nations, and that particular initiative, or you can say the scope of the joint venture that we have planned with Shell is majorly focused in India and nearby nations and not globally. But slowly, once we'll do get matured here, we'll do develop few good number of projects here. Then obviously we may try to explore other geographies specifically for the nature-based solution project, because that particular JV with Shell is focusing only projects under nature-based solution, not technology-based.
All right. So you would be focusing on South Asia to start with. That is Southeast Asia, our subcontinent, Bangladesh, Sri Lanka. Is that my understanding under this Shell tie-up, and other smaller nations apart from India? You got an exclusive right to that?
Yeah. So India and nearby nations. Yeah.
India and nearby nations. All right. So best wishes, Manish, and look forward to being a born global startup. And I think you are in an emerging business model which has immense potential, and there's a need for other startups to evangelize, and government is also thinking on it. And carbon credits have gone from $1 to $90 from what I've read. So it's been a very volatile market, but now it's stabilizing. And I think I should have invested in your stocks when they came out, right? Because they've really shot up in the last 9 months. Right.
Yeah. So thanks for the appreciation and good wishes for our industry.
Right. Good. Thank you so much. So going back to Nimish, and thank you for allowing this, Nimish. Nimish, you are in a very interesting space where you've got the solar farms are everywhere, right? Right. And I was looking at, when I was doing solar projects, we used to simply look at where are the rooftops, right? We used to look at rooftops per square feet, which are the empty rooftops. When we look at in cities, that's the real estate that we have for putting up solar farms, right?
Right.
Now, while water is an issue, India is also somebody where employment is also an issue, right? So there are other companies. For example, when I was researching, I was looking at other companies who are doing well in this area. For example, Ecopia, right? And they're global companies with large market shares. And Israel is a nursery of high technologies. I myself have had close relationship with Israeli companies, have worked with them. So I understand the kind of technologies which come up. Now, doing this in the deserts of Thar, when we have large solar farms, there is a value addition. What is the technology path from automation to use of IoT to use of drones? And you mentioned that, because when I look at that area, that roadmap is huge, from doing sensors, which will simply sense the efficiency of the solar farms. And that same question comes. We are farming these rooftops and these farms because we are a part of the Sun Alliance, right? And now what is the end of life for all this silicon or these panels? Because the other challenge, and that's a less discussed question in sustainability space, is we will solve the problem for the next 20, 30 years. Come 2050, 60, we're going to say, what do we do with the batteries? What do we do with these panels? Right? So 2 parts to this question. Show us the technology roadmap, right? Because once the panels are there, and clearly there are efficiency issues there, and now the markets have come down to a level, the huge size in terms of what the generation is there, there's a need for the solution which you are offering. But that's the tip of the iceberg, So what is the technology roadmap? And then we'll come to the end of life discussion for this. Over to you.
So if you look at technology, if you look at solar panels, they have evolved a lot. Right from having 8 to 9% efficient solar panels in commercial scale, now we are dealing with around 21-22% efficient solar panels. The size have increased. The watt peak per square meters has increased almost 3 to 4 times in last 10-15 years. So I think that was technology is evolving. As we see very large firms coming up in India, especially in the states of Rajasthan and in South, in Karnataka, AP, and also in Maharashtra. So definitely there is a very big evolution of technology that is not only increasing, say, the penetration of solar, but also bringing costs down, right? So what Mr. Anmol was mentioning that, from close to around 25-30 crores per megawatt, now it is hovering around 3 crores, and which is definitely going to go down to probably 2.2 to 2.3 crore in the next 2 to 3 years for sure. So I think that ways development is happening, and it is happening for all good reasons. If you talk about our company, the technology we manufacture, as I said, that we have both the options, we have autonomous as well as portable options. So we do understand that if you have only autonomous robots, there may be an issue where people will not have employment. But if you look at in general, if you look at areas near Jaisalmer, Jodhpur, Bap area, where these big plants have came up, the employment, the quality of life, the income of the people in those areas have gone up enormously. And I would say a lot of credit goes to solar projects, right? So from that perspective, yes, technology is evolving, a lot of automation is happening, processes are getting improved. But on the other hand, the quality of people, the quality of life of those people who are working in those areas, especially the farmers or I would say the marginal farmers or the people who are not that educated, they are also getting a lot of opportunities to work, a lot of benefits from that ecosystem that is being created in that particular area. So that is definitely one part which we should also I think we all agree that with solar coming up in those remote areas, the development is happening, you have better infrastructure coming in and people are getting employment. So from that perspective, it is definitely going to help. Automation definitely is like a double-edged sword where you have more machines, less people, but then it's going to happen. So I think that we cannot stop that, and we should probably adopt that, because if you talk about our technology or what we do, on one hand we are talking about automation or autonomous robots, but on the other hand, probably just for a small reference, 1 gigawatt of solar plant has close to around 3 million solar panels, right? And around double the water is needed. So close to around 6 million liter water is needed for one cleaning cycle. And then we are talking about 20 cleaning cycles, 24 cleaning cycles. And probably going in next 5 to 7 years, we will have close to around 100 gigawatt of solar installations. So we are talking about billions of liters of good quality potable water getting wasted for cleaning solar panels, which you can do by dry cleaning with our technologies or with similar technologies. So that there is a big impact of having these technologies, and big positive impact rather of having these technologies for cleaning and for other purposes like drone automation, security. That is also very important. Now coming to your second part of end of life cycle.
So before we go there, Nimish, I wanted to ask, what is your roadmap? So I take your point, and especially in a state like Rajasthan, right? Where water is clearly an issue, right? It will impact. And you are saying that these solar projects have impacted livelihood and society, and we take that because that sustainability is one of the P's that we look at. What is the roadmap for these? For example, automating the cleaning through robotics is one such thing. What is the roadmap in terms of drones, in terms of IoT, in terms of sensors? Because once the plant once it is put up, it takes a real estate, right? And that real estate efficiency goes down if maintenance is not good, right? So are we able to sense and do maintenance through sensors which are, say, drone based? Are we able to improve the life cycle of that plant or increase the longevity of that productivity? Can you show us? Because Israel is the bed of such technologies, and you represent that. So we would like to know where is the roadmap there?
No, so definitely. I mean, if you look at, since we have more projects coming on ground, we need more monitoring, more analysis, and probably better control over the analytics with the help of IoT based technology or solutions that our company is also having. Like as I said, you are cleaning a robot, or you are cleaning a panel, or you are doing any type of analytics related to the performance of the panel or performance of a string or a complete performance of a plant. So now you can remotely, sitting in your offices, you can monitor what is happening in the plant, which string is not working, which panel is not working, you can probably cut that particular string off of that particular, plant, and the rest plant will be working well. Then there is something called predictive maintenance that can also be done with the help of technology by doing lot of analysis using, the data, the past data, what went wrong, these components like inverter, like panels behave in different conditions, and how you can do some sort of preventive maintenance, predictive maintenance, instead of doing a corrective maintenance, which is actually you do when things go wrong. So because of this, the efficiencies goes up, the plant load factors go up, and also the efficiency of the whole system gets much better. And on the top of it, you can have a very good monitoring sitting in any part of the world. I mean, Mr. Anmol will probably also add, their company, they are also working on analytics and how to improve plant performance using analytics. So I think there are a lot of avenues still. You are very rightly pointed, we are very nascent stage. There are a lot of avenues, lot of opportunities to probably, get into technologies using blockchain, using IoT, and advanced analytics. And I think, yeah, I mean, there is a lot of things to do in that space.
So we look forward to hearing of more such launches by AirTouch in India. You already have a plant in Noida, right?
Yeah, yeah, definitely we are, yeah.
Right, and your CEO was there the other day when we had a chat. So we look forward to more such introductions in the Indian market. I'll come back to you, Nimish, on the end of life cycle, because that gets related to what Utkarsh is going to say, right?
Sure.
But before I go to Utkarsh, I had one short question for Anmol, right? Anmol, I have always wondered, everybody is now saying let's go e-cab, right? Ola is going electric, everybody is going electric. So you are in a space that's getting very crowded, right? So you think you'll be able to remain competitive as space heats up, because now everybody is going electric. So that is no longer going to be a distinction anymore, right? So just wanted to hear your thoughts on it, because you haven't looked at that angle so far.
So having said that, for all the crowd, we are just 3 companies in here, Ola, Uber, and BlueSmart, and we being the crowd actually, because we are the third one. So so that way we are the crowd, and happy to be a part of the crowd. But coming back to business, from a business perspective, I think we are in a ride-hail business. A ride-hail business means that you want a car to come to you, which is clean, the driver being courteous, the car not canceling to you on the car, the driver not canceling on you, and there will be a decent price point at which it operates. No extra too high penalizing kind of surge prices. That's what a average consumer on the road, a lot of the people on this webinar will want a ride hailing service to do. What has happened is that over the years, over the last few years, the quality standards in the ride hail business have deteriorated to its bottom, to really low standards. Rampant cancellations, absolutely dirty cars, ill-maintained cars, driver partners who are not willing to take care of you. That's where this market needed a disruption. And this market needed a disruption both at the driver end, because the drivers were disgruntled, and it needed a disruption at the customer end because the customers were anguished. And that's where BlueSmart came in, and BlueSmart said that, let's try to solve these problems by going first on business principles. Going first on business principles means that our incumbent friends have never been profitable. And actually, for a long period of time, if you never focus on profitability, the deterioration in quality standards is a given. Because first you have money, then you want to conserve money, then you want to say, why do I spend money? And then all the cutting the corners happen, and that's where you realize with a shitty quality service. At Blue, we said, electric is the way to go profitable. Because on electric, our fuel price is 1/6 of what is the fuel price of an ICE engine car. If there is sufficient money which is being created in the franchise, you will see that the drivers will take care of the cars, the platforms will take care of the customers, and the customers will also not feel the pinch of going on a ride-hail business. So electric, the service, the Ola Uber driver does not cancel on you because he drives a CNG car, and because it will become an electric car, they will stop canceling. The problem lies in unit economics. And that's what BlueSmart has addressed very smartly by going all electric. So for the customer, it's a clean service, a service which doesn't cancel. For the driver partner, it's more earnings because their fuel price is 1/6 or 1/8, depending on you want to compare it with diesel or petrol. And that's where and for the platform, probably the only platform which makes money in the country on the ride hail business or across the globe, which makes money. So that's where we are. And hence, a lot of people will want to get into this sector, but it's a sector which requires huge amount of capital. Today, anybody wanting to enter the sector needs 1,000 crores of capital to at least, just come in and leave your handkerchief in a city. You need 1,000 crore rupees. So it's a business for large corporates. There might be a few of them which want to come in and work on it. We welcome them. The idea will be that as ecosystem improves, there'll be learning. Maybe Blue can learn. Maybe Blue can teach 2 or 3 things and learn 4 or 5 things from the ecosystem. And that's how we would want to say. But overall, I think there is a lot of crowding which is happening towards the 2-wheel manufacturing side. I think now you have some 200 manufacturers who manufacture 2 wheels. 4-wheel electric is a segment where even today there are not enough manufacturers, excepting for Tata Motors and MG. There is no real manufacturing happening. And MG, we can't even call it real manufacturing. It's all knockdown units coming into the country. It's only Tata Motors, which is actually building cars in the country, or electric cars in the country. So from that perspective, the 4-wheel space is actually looking for people to come in and start doing OEM manufacturing. 4-wheel electric on the ride hail side, I think we need, BlueSmart cannot just gobble up the entire pie. You'd need 2-3 other players to come in and enjoy the pie and create the whole value. So we look forward to more people coming in and creating the ecosystem. That's how our thoughts are.
So Anmol, and something very profound you said. What you're telling me is that the technology maturity levels are now coming in. So, you mentioned, so go to business. So we say in technology management, when technology matures, then people have to compete on first to market. How do you look at the customer? So the issue of how electric vehicles will run is no longer an issue, or which technology you're using. It's more about going to business fundamentals and looking with that. And of course, it's a high capex business. So great. And if you are the first one who has figured that out, I think then the others have to change their models soon, right? Because clearly they were on a cash negative model because they were early adopters. And there is a saying that there are some early adopter where the second or the third player actually takes the whole market because it learns from the people who made the mistakes when they were early entrants. But thanks for that input. Utkarsh, over to you. And I see we have 6 minutes on the watch. And the end of life question I've saved for you, because you actually have an almost end of life solution for batteries. It's not the complete end of life solution, and that end of life solution is there all across. It's there in solar panels, it's there in battery. Because are we just postponing the inevitable to 20 years, 30 years down the line? So I don't know what is a viable size of, I was doing some numbers. Is a 1 gigawatt of battery manufacturing viable for recycling? And I hear that you are also trying to recycle. So BlueSmart, you'll probably do some recycling for them as well and trying to look at it. So your thoughts on your model of circular economy, on how that works, and end of life for battery. What are the solutions, including battery recycling or battery reuse, something which you have come up with, please?
Okay. So let me just give you a figure, right? So it is, as per the forecast, by 2030, it will be around 82 gigawatt hour of, batteries that will be coming out for recycling. So if I, equate that number, it is close to the amount of batteries that, go into 4 crores two-wheelers, electric two-wheelers. Or, it will be equivalent to around 2 crore houses that, you light up for, one day. So that is how much, 82 gigawatt hour of, batteries are. So coming to the question, what are the solutions and the technologies, and will it ever be, be the end of life of the batteries? I would say it will never be, because these are just the materials that go inside these inside these batteries. These are the materials that can neither be created nor destroyed. It is exactly like gold or any other material. So we need to be sure that, there are enough sustainable lithium ion cell manufacturing techniques and technologies, and the material are used in a sustainable fashion so that it can be recycled. Otherwise, there will be very in short period of time, there will be a shortage of these materials, and then people would have to run for different other solutions. Though lithium ion battery solution is one of the most stable solution that is available in the today's world, because it started in 1992 and it took almost 20 years to be commercialized. So that is where we need to be very, very sure that whatever materials we are using, there is a proper end of life solution to it. And that is where we as BTechs come in and we focus on the end of life, that the materials should be extracted with good purity so that it can be used again. So when we receive the batteries, what we do is we do the testing, where we realize if there's some energy left inside these batteries, we don't put them directly for recycling. We give it for second use. That is the second life application. So let's say if a battery is coming out of a Blue Smart car, so we are going to test it, and if there is enough efficiency left, we will make the storage stations that will be used again, maybe to charge the Blue Smart car or any other electric car. And then again, when it is utilized for another 3 to 5 years, then we again bring it back when the efficiency is almost over. Then we give it to the recycling, where we extract the materials and then put it back for the new cell manufacturing. So there are two things in the complete circular supply chain of batteries that we need to make sure. The first one is there should be no energy that is wasted, and the second one is that the recycling should take place, and the materials whatever are extracted should be put back into the complete circular supply chain of the lithium ion batteries. That is the only way ahead, I would say.
So Utkarsh, what I hear you say is that you are using both recycling and reuse.
Right.
The model that you are advocating is that wherever there is reuse, and it could be for a lesser capacity, could be for a lesser usage in terms of power, you will put it to that usage. And when you feel that the enough power is not left, you will actually extract the black mass. I think that's the right term, right? Which is the core material which is left in the battery. And you will use that black mass for doing recycling by creating new batteries. Is that correct?
Just on the black mass part, so black mass is basically the composition of the anode and the cathode material. So anode is the graphite in the lithium ion battery.
So
and
Utkarsh,
cathode,
I think we are out of time, right?
Okay.
So I just saw that we are out of time. So I wanted to thank all the panelists for taking out the time. And it's been a very interesting discussion. And I think India's future is great. So I'll hand it back to the MC. And thank you all for being born global startups and living the triple bottom line. So over to you, MCs.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing valuable insights on market scenario of carbon and how important it is to go all electric in the world of global warming and many other interesting topics. Dr. Pandit, for being an amazing moderator to the panel. We would also like to extend a token of appreciation to all the panelists and moderator. A beautiful ticket of 5 trees by Grow Trees, a sustainable enterprise, has been planted in Delhi NCR. An acknowledgement certificate will be sent directly to the speakers.
I'm very glad to share that we are now joined by Mr. Sunil Munjal, Chancellor, BML Munjal University and Chairman Hero Enterprise. Mr. Munjal is a founder of Hero Group, and besides setting up many new enterprises and providing strategic inputs for the Hero Group, he has also made strategic investments in areas ranging from e-commerce to hospitality, both in India and overseas. Mr. Munjal has also invested in alternative asset management funds that take an entrepreneurial approach to socio-economic challenges. So, I request you to address our audience and share your views on the topic of global sustainability and the corporates.
Thank you. Let me first compliment BML Munjal University for organizing this conference on such a critically important topic. Clearly, the world over, the realization that over the last 200 years, the market economy model that we followed did a lot of good for people by improving their standard of living, but at the same time was exceedingly harmful to the entire ecosystem. While some aspects of it came into focus about 50 years ago, but now the awareness around the globe that there is a lot for us to do has constantly and consistently been rising. The second aspect of your summit I also like, because it is now well understood that a corporation is an important, integral, and a responsible part of society. So anything that happens, they have to have a role to ensure both providing economic energy, providing jobs, providing economic activity, providing growth, and also providing direction. So from that point of view, I think it is absolutely critical that the corporations are an inherent part of how we tackle and handle our response to the sustainability crisis that we see ourselves in right now. There are many parts of the world where the crisis on water, on temperature, on natural disaster is just enormous right now. And we are seeing the change happen month on month and certainly year on year on even just a thing like a weather pattern, the time when the monsoon starts, the time when the winter finishes, the time when spring starts. All of these have undergone a change in the last 15 to 20 years, more particularly in the last 10 years. And that has brought the world together on a single platform. So whether you look at the commitments made on net zero carbon at the recent COP26 conference held in Glasgow, or its other conferences and compacts agreed and signed both before and after that, including the one on solar power, including the one which talks of a single grid across the world of solar power. Each of them is countries, governments, corporations, civil society coming together and talking about how we all need to play an active and a proactive role to ensure that not only are we doing less harm, but we also veer on the other end of actually doing good for the environment and for the ecosystem. Again, I'd like to compliment BMU for the wonderful work that it has been doing in encouraging both students and faculty and researchers to focus on ideas and innovation to do with social entrepreneurship, to do with ecopreneurship. So there are also many new terms that have got coined as the focus of the world shifts towards becoming more responsible and also more responsive. The good thing is that the younger generation today, in any case, appears to be much more responsible than the previous generations were. So it is much easier for them to adopt, adapt, and understand concepts like ESG, which are now an increasing trend across the globe, as important as corporate governance or fair practices have been in corporations. So for us, it is also an opportunity. So we have to recognize two things. One, as the shift takes place, many industries will change. Some will change so dramatically that hundreds of thousands of jobs will get lost. At the same time, however, many new opportunities will spring up, whether it is to do with setting up battery swapping stations or taking back reused materials, recycling, sorting, repackaging. So there is just a whole host of activities which will come in. And if we are to do this, there is, of course, a need for energy. So I'm glad that the shift on generation of energy is increasingly towards clean energy now in the world. And from just looking at hydel as clean energy at one time, we now have a variety of initiatives like solar, tidal, ventures, surface temperature variations, there is a slew of initiatives on right now on green hydrogen. Is something that one hears of very often, country after country, including India. India actually just announced a new package yesterday and today. So we are at a tipping point where we will see the activity, the amount of physical activity and economic activity shift dramatically and significantly towards the direction of clean and green, sustainable business, industrial, and economic activities. Even in farming, the farming practices themselves are under scrutiny because farms have been large consumers of resources. 68% of the water resource of our country is actually consumed on farms. A fair degree of electricity is also consumed on farms. So it makes perfect sense for us to take a hard look, and like has been done in countries like Israel or France or Canada or Japan, that we focus on newer, smarter, more efficient, and less energy consuming practices. We also have to ensure that the growing population in the world continues to get a healthy dose and a diet of the food and nutrition that is required. Because at this moment, we are falling short on that front too. There again, it will be important to figure out how do you continue to feed this growing population by changing practices for agriculture. And also, we will have a similar issue in agriculture, as I spoke about for technologies, that as you make agriculture more productive and efficient and more sustainable, you will also have to reduce the number of jobs because you have to bring in automation and better management practices. But for them, there is a real opportunity for downstream roles and jobs. Food storage, food logistics, food processing is a huge industry worldwide. So we need to as corporations, figure out the direction of new focus of new activities. How do we bring in knowledge like artificial intelligence, machine learning, and the new technologies that are available to the world in every aspect to make them more responsive to human beings and more sustainable for the planet. There are many aspects to this, and I will talk about some of those because they may not directly be understood to be roles of corporations. But as I said, corporates have a role and a responsibility towards society as a whole. And their reach is often significantly higher than other institutions, certainly than compared to individuals. So corporations across the world have taken on a role to go beyond just their business, to play this role of propagating the ideas, working on research and innovation of new ideas, supporting startups, because not every large corporation is going to be able to do what is required. And we do have a wonderful trend at this moment across the globe, and also specifically in India, of startups in many different areas working and growing successfully and in a pretty short time. So I think there is an opportunity here for startups in the area of sustainable technologies, processes, and systems to come in and help build that manufacturing and services ecosystem, which will make life much more sustainable for all of us. But sustainability is not only to do with air and water. As I was saying earlier, it is across many dimensions, and we must recognize all of them. In Paris, for example, they've recently put sensors in one place to check and test and give feedback on the amount of noise being generated by the street traffic. Now, in India, we take it for granted that every second car is going to be blowing their horn, or the truck or the bus to pass, we have to blow a horn. But in most countries, it's not just not desirable, it's not even acceptable. So we have to recognize that these are also parts of pollution that is spreading in the world. So we have to look at all of these aspects. One of the big ones, of course, right now is water. Water is one of the largest under-addressed challenges that the world faces today. We have to understand that while there is availability of water, but access to clean water is neither equal nor completely available across the globe. And the problem, unfortunately, gets compounded in developing countries, and especially the poorer countries, which have a bigger challenge. So again, there is a possibility to bring in knowledge, technologies, and practices together. I think we got somebody's mic as well. Right. So, so therefore, I think it's important that the things like Propel, the incubator that BMU has set up, must encourage more and more ecopreneurs, more and more sustainable technologies. And I'm delighted that we are focusing on things like electric vehicles, which of course is an important transition taking place in the world. And India will play a big role. We have the ability to not just do this for ourselves, but to also do it for many other countries. Our partnership with the Atal Innovation Mission is also a very welcome step, because that allows us to get into the larger ecosystem that has been set up and promoted by Niti Aayog and the government of India and many other states across the country. So getting to net zero by 2070 for India is a very ambitious goal, but it is doable. So we therefore have to set our eyes on the right target and set the right pace to ensure that we do some of the heavy lifting up front. The World Economic Forum has calculated that this alone will provide an opportunity of a $15 trillion economic activity because of all the new things that we will have to do, and at least 50 million net additional 50 million jobs. Because please remember, lots of jobs are going to be lost and lots of jobs are going to be created. In the net, we will be in the positive by about 50 million jobs in this period, but it will require education, training, and skills. That's where institutions like the BML Munjal University can come in and play a significant role to provide the right facilitation, the right course material, and the right ability to deliver curriculum in a manner that people, not just those who are on the campus, but enhance our ability to go beyond the physical boundary using technology. As we've all learned that during this pandemic, it has also raised the awareness of what environment and what sustainability means to us, to our children, and our future generations. So I want to thank all of you once again. I want to thank the organizers, and I want to thank the faculty, the students who are here, visitors from outside, from industry, academics. I think it's a wonderful platform for more and more of us to get together, to ideate, to exchange ideas, and to figure out a way to put these into practice. Because while debate and discussion is critical and important, what will actually make a difference is the execution. Successful, efficient, timely, and well-managed execution done in a manner that we are not overspending, because we also have to watch what it means for us in terms of getting a return from all the monies that will get spent for the large number of sustainability initiatives that need to be put into place. So once again, thank you very much for inviting me. My compliments and congratulations for setting up a conference on an increasingly critical and an important topic, and being so wonderfully timely for this. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, sir, for enlightening us with those inspirational words on the arising opportunities for organization in sustainability business, zero carbon emission, solar power, challenge to conserve water, and how we all need to play an active and proactive part in making life more sustainable for all of us. Now, Sakshi and Venkat will take the summit forward by introducing panelists for our next discussion.
Thank you, Harshada. Good afternoon to all the panelists, moderator, and the audience. I'm Sakshi Pradhan, and I, along with my batchmate K. Venkat Rao, MBA students from BML Munjal University, are the student ambassadors for this panel. We feel honored to be given this opportunity to welcome you all for today's discussion on the topic, a policy framework, creating a sustainable organization, a necessity or luxury.
In this panel, we have with us eminent speakers from the industry itself, and I would like to introduce them to our audience. Our first panelist is Dr. Prateek Sharma. He is the Vice Chancellor of Terry School of Advanced Studies and an expert in the area of sustainability. He has more than 20 years of research and teaching experience. He earned his PhD degree in Environmental Engineering from Indian Institute of Technology, Delhi. He has a master's degree in hydraulics and flood control and bachelor's in civil engineering from Delhi College of Engineering.
Are we missing someone? We can't hear you, Venkat.
There's a mic issue, I guess. Yeah, so our second panelist is Mr. Apurva Appan, who is a senior associate at the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, a worldwide CEO-led organization of the future's 200 top firms, aiming to accelerate the transition to a more sustainable world. His mission is to assist a multi-stakeholder group named Re-Mobility, comprising 50 plus firms from India's EV ecosystem, with the goal of driving business-led EV adoption in India. Our third panelist is Mr. Atul Bagai. He is the head of Country Office, India, at the United Nations Environment Programme. Prior to joining UNEP, Mr. Bagai was an IAS officer in several senior positions, such as Secretary of Ministry of Finance and Ministry of External Affairs. He also served as the Ozone Cell Director at the Ministry of Environment and Forest and as a Senior Regional Coordinator, UN Environment's Ozone Action Programme, to enhance the capacity of Asian sub-regional networks, enabling them to reach Montreal Protocol objectives.
Good afternoon, everyone.
Good afternoon.
So for fourth panelist, we regret to announce that our next panelist, Mr. Rajiv Luthra, founder and managing partner of Luthra and Luthra Partners, is unable to join us due to ill health. But we are fortunate to have Ms. Avisha Gupta, who is a partner at Luthra and Luthra Partners. Avisha is in the technology laws and regulatory team, and along with Mr. Luthra, has been a part of various initiatives during conversations around sustainability.
Hello to all, good afternoon.
Hello.
We have with us Dr. Preetham Barua, Professor and Dean of the School Law at BML Munjal University, as the moderator of this panel. He is a legal and constitutional theorist and has taught before at Jindal Global Law School, National University of Judicial Sciences, Kolkata, University College London, and has held visiting professorships at the University of Ottawa, CUPL Beijing, Humboldt University Berlin, and NLSIU Bangalore. He has practiced law at the Supreme Court of India and was a member of the Central Vigilance Commission on the Public Distribution System. He sits on the governing board of the two Delhi University colleges and is a court member of the Indraprastha University. He holds degree in the law from University College London, University of Oxford, and NALSR University of Law. We welcome each one of you to the panel and now would like to request our moderator, Dr. Preetham Barua, to take it from here.
Thank you very much. And a warm welcome to all our distinguished panelists and our honored guests. So without much ado, because I think we are running a few minutes behind time, let us straight away get into the theme of our panel today. And the question, as the theme shows us, is that we see that the state is receding from economic activity globally, and the spotlight is now on private organizations and other non-governmental organizations to attain the Sustainable Development Goals. The theme of our panel also suggests that sustainability is sometimes characterized as a luxury only for the wealthy, and at other times it is thought of as a cost on businesses. It does not help that the specter of political debates about environmental responsibility and obligations feed into sustainable development discourses. It is therefore pressing to reflect on how organizations can contribute to sustainability in an impactful and enduring way. And I'm sure that our distinguished panelists will provide much food for thought during this discussion. So my first question is to all the panelists, and we'll go in alphabetical order. And my request to panelists is to take around 5 minutes to answer this question and share their thoughts. So the question is, as we see that private enterprises have become major economic players, how do you think that businesses should approach the question of sustainability? And that's on the one hand. Now, on the other hand, what should inform the state's regulatory approach to making the Sustainable Development Goals a reality? So I would go alphabetically. And so Mr. Apurvapan, if you would like to go first.
Sure. Thanks, Preetam and Venkat for the kind introduction, and glad to be a part of this event as well. I represent the World Business Council for Sustainable Development, and we work with CEOs of 200 leading companies on different facets of sustainable development agenda. So since I'm going first, I can take the liberty of taking a few minutes about defining what sustainability is all about. So usually during our conversations with the CXOs or the CEOs of the organizations, their interest is increasingly on the climate change agenda, but sustainability is not just about that. At WBCSD, we have set 3 global challenges. The first is the climate emergency. The second is the loss of nature. And the third and the equally important one is the mounting inequality. And you can't solve one without solving the other two. So while, action on climate, action on nature is on the top of business or the government agenda, basically, I can say that if you're not getting on top of the question on inequality as well, the rest of the population, so basically 90% of the population in India holds only 50% of the wealth, right? So they are not going to get engaged with you on conversations of nature, climate, or other things as well, or on capitalism as well. So I think you can't solve climate or nature without solving inequality. So I think that proves as to why sustainability in general needs to be looked at all the perspectives and not just one. In terms of why it needs to be done, why is there action needed from both businesses as well as policy decision making? So, and I can give 3 examples on each. So India currently ranks 24th out of the 191 nations on highest climate disaster risk. 22 of the most polluted cities in the world are in India. And 80% of the women in India are not a part of the labor workforce, which is a sign of inequality. So there's enough evidence out there for us to take action on this. Now, in terms of whether there are solutions available. So since I come from a technology background, so I can name 3 technologies which are very relevant to solve majority of these issues. And these are renewable energy, electric mobility, and the use of green hydrogen for sectors that are hard to abate, such as industries. And there's promising progress that's being made by the government of India there. Apart from technologies, we need market mechanisms. So businesses do have an impact and dependencies on natural capital, which could be in form of emissions. And usually these impacts do not get reflected in their financial disclosures. So we need mechanisms driven by the market, regulated by the government, wherein it is more visible. And there are multiple mechanisms that the government are sort of introspecting at the current stage. BRSR is one, which is business responsibility and sustainability reporting, which has been made voluntary for now for businesses in India. I think more action is needed there. So these are various perspectives. Now, in terms of the role of different stakeholders, so what businesses need to do, what policymakers need to do. So businesses, first of all, needs to raise their ambition. They are not just consumers of technology, they help shape the ecosystem. So they need to raise ambition, they need to take up commitments, they need to take up science-based targets. And apart from that, I think from the policymakers' perspective, so there is a good progress that's been made by the government of India across all directions on renewable energy. We've set a really ambitious target for 500 gigawatts by 2030. On electric mobility as well, we are seeing a lot of consensus being shaped up within ministries. So I think apart from that, there needs to be effective compliance tools that needs to be brought in for businesses to evaluate a business's non-financial disclosures. So I think finally, I'd just like to conclude that I think decarbonization of energy in general, or action on nature, climate, or inequality is going to be one of the biggest transformations that our generation will anyways witness. And it is not going to be one business model, one stakeholder, one policy decision that's going to bring about this change. It will need a collective effort. And so all of the stakeholders need to act there. So I'll pause there, and then maybe the other speaker can take over.
Thank you very much. And thank you for, throwing out a hot potato right in the beginning about inequality. So we'll come back to that. But let's go to Mr. Bagai now. You've seen it both from the government side and now with several organizations from the United Nations. So we are keen to hear your view on how both sides should perhaps approach the question of sustainability.
Yeah, thanks a lot for giving me this opportunity. And this is probably one of the rare times I, as UNEP, is participating in an event with the backing of the private sector, which is so very important. And I would tend to look at your initial statement of, while the state is receding, private sector needs to take a larger role. And having worked on both the sides, meaning I still feel that state will need to play a very, very prominent role, but a very different role than what it was in the last 5 or 6 decades in our country. And certainly the business is going to play a much, much bigger, larger role. And they would need to think out of box, and they would need to also think of profit plus something else. And what something else is what I would like to dwell upon a little bit more, meaning from a purely sustainable development and environmental perspective. I think the industry really needs to look at new innovations and business models which are based on circularity and resource efficiency. And decoupling economic growth from unsustainable resource use will need to be the way forward. And this business as usual of unsustainable resource use needs to be addressed and catch the bull by its horns. I think shifting towards a nature positive economic business model that is transformative and yet remains profitable is the key. And because profit certainly is the motive for private sector, and that adopting sustainable measures that do not bring in profit will certainly not be taken up by the industry or by the corporate sector. So I think we need to come up with solutions, with new innovative solutions that while are addressing the sustainable elements and needs, also brings in profit, if not more, at least equivalent to what they're getting. Though I believe that with new sustainable innovative approaches, the profit aspect will certainly over a period of time go up also quite drastically. But what will it entail from a private sector perspective? And I think there are two very important aspects. One is setting goals that include the health and well-being of people and nature has to be at the back of each and every business strategy that comes forward while setting up a new business or while expanding or getting into new areas. And I think that approach and that mindset will be the most critical. And second is bringing coherence of business targets and goals with the ambitious environmental goals, which are being based on scientific evidence and indicators. So I just give an example of, we are all facing a triple planetary crisis, which was mentioned right in the beginning: the crisis of nature, the crisis of climate, and the crisis of pollution. And in all these three crises, industry is a very prominent player, not only in adding to the problem, but also I think in finding solutions to it. And that's where I think industry would need to adopt a lot of nature-based solutions over the next decade or so to address these three triple planetary crises. I think by understanding the needs of private sector and the gaps that exist between business models and the desired change, the state will need to also play a very important part, and the policymakers should respond with smart policies to ensure a level playing field while promoting more sound environmental management practices. So this collaboration between the state and the corporate is something that is critical for any action on environmental mitigation. Now, what those policies could be, how could state intervene in a very different mode than what it used to do in the past? And I can give some examples where in India, the Indian government, the Ministry of Finance, for example, has started looking at sustainable public procurement. And that's a very important policy initiative that will assist the industry and also bring in greener solutions. Eco-labeling is another area which is very, very important, which will support the industry. The extended producer responsibility you have all heard about, and I'm very happy to announce, you all must have heard about it, that last night the Government of India, Ministry of Environment, introduced the extended producer responsibility guidelines. And I think this is a very important step in not only bringing in a very positive policy, but also assisting the private sector to work closely through their business models in addressing the big problem of pollution. And certainly there are mechanisms like perform, achieve, and trade schemes, which are regulatory instruments that encourage and enables private sector in aiming for sustainable choices and operations. So what I feel, and to conclude, that government, the state, and the corporate will need to go hand in hand to bring in the various aspects of the green economy or a sustainable growth. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Bagai. You have also raised the question of level playing fields, and I think we can come back to that question again of how do we really, bring that about in a competitive market. But let me now come to Dr. Sharma. As an academic, and you have worked, on sustainable development indices, and you have seen with relative distance both the state and the private players. So how do you think should be the question of approach for the two of them, and building on what other panelists have said, that what is the way forward when organizations are becoming more and more important as economic players?
Yeah, thank you, Professor Barua, for giving me this opportunity to speak on this forum. The previous two speakers have already quite elaborately mentioned, and especially Mr. Bagai has specifically mentioned about the innovation aspects and other related matters which are very much relevant, and a good mix of the role that industry has to play and the state has to play. And these are very significant points which have been raised. One important thing when we actually think and talk about the sustainable development, especially the sustainability in the context of industry. One thing we all must always keep in mind, the industry, especially the corporate world, is dictated by the motive of profit. So certainly, the sustainability cannot be unless and until it is adding to the profit, cannot be the primary motive that will dictate the corporate sector especially. So in that context, if the corporate world and the business world gets to know through innovation and through various measures which basically the academia and the research community can provide, that being sustainable is only going to increase their profitability and profit margins, then certainly it will become a sort of a choice by the industry in actually going for these options, which in fact I would borrow what the natural resources and the sort of natural solutions that basically we are talking about. One other example can be, the manner in which you are citing your industry, where, just even if you don't go for the sustainability aspect, where you are citing your industry is something very important. It has been observed based on the experience that your raw material is located and a lot of energy is wasted in transportation of the raw material to the manufacturing unit. So basically, when we talk about the circular economy and the value chain, basically, what happens is, if you are able to look into this aspect, and the industry basically and the business world get to realize that, by we will be able to increase our profit by, appropriately, cutting on not even on the transportation cost, but it will basically reduce the emissions also. Will be something that will become a choice for the industry to take up such an option. And in the absence of that, certainly, it's important that, the state, through the policymakers, need to regulate the various processes which basically cause a sort of what we call as more of emissions and harm to the planet. And unless and until, and for that, a lot of incentivization in innovative solutions to the academia and the research community needs to be, be the what should I say, sort of part of the policy, so that these innovations can be put in action, and the profit margins, I would again repeat, I'm repeating once again, the profit margins can be increased, and by going for sustainable solutions to the various processes which are part of the entire value chain. So it's just not limited to the product, but starting from the origin to the destination, if you take the entire life cycle of the product. So if one phrase one should actually, if one should use, the resource efficiency is the key. If we follow that through innovative options, then certainly, the business world will take these options as a matter of choice. And in that case, the state has to play its own role in bringing in time to time manageable, realistic options, which actually come through, research-based, research-based informed decision making, so to say. So it has to be a good mix of the two. So I would prefer to end here, and thank you so much.
Thank you very much. And so some, big concepts emerging, and I think, we'll get into that in the next round. But let me first come to Ms. Gupta, who would have worked, being in one of the largest law firms in India, would have worked both with private companies and seen regulators and the government's way of dealing with them, through laws. So, Ms. Gupta, now I invite you to, share your thoughts on how you think there can be a question of approach can be developed from both sides to attain the sustainable development goals.
Thanks, Mr. Barua, first of all, for having me here. Mr. Luthra, unfortunately, has not been able to join, but we'll see if we can get him to say a few words towards the end of this discussion. Now, sustainability has been a topic that has been very close to the to firm and Mr. Luthra's heart, and we are a group of sort of 14, 15 lawyers who dedicatedly have a practice towards ESG, climate change, and CSR responsibilities, where we specifically cater to clients in terms of not just legal advice, but just driving the conversations and driving the initiatives on a much larger scale than in a narrow-footed manner. So, in fact, to start off, I would say that we also have this happiness quotient initiative at LNL Partners, where we ensure that the satisfaction and happiness of the people is kept at the forefront in any decision making, in any policy initiative. And I think that's the starting point from anywhere that one can think about higher things in life, such as sustainability, which have now become imperative more than ever. So just I'll set out the context before coming to the regulations and what law and policy needs to do, and these businesses need to specifically pivot to now. Just setting out the context a bit, I think there have been many drivers to sustainability so far, primarily three. First is the clean tech innovation that we are seeing more and more. There is significant amount of research and investment that's going into clean tech. Everybody in the industry is supporting it, not just on research for academic purposes, but also research to taking products to market. And we are seeing more and more funding coming in on impact investment side. There is zero liquid discharge technology that's now coming up. Waste to energy is another area where a lot of technological innovations have been happening. So the tech side of it is the first driver that I would say for any change towards a sustainable cause. Second is consumer awareness. We can speak about this in more details also. But consumer awareness, specifically in the younger generation, Gen Z, as we call them, thankfully, they are so much more aware and so much more. They feel personally driven towards the cause of ensuring, we have a clean environment and that sustainability goals are met at a much larger scale. And there is where we see that the consumer mindset in India is also changing. So that's the second driver towards sustainability in India that I feel has contributed significantly and will contribute more and more. The third and the more relevant the point to our discussion here is, of course, the global accords and also the national regulations that are trying to keep pace with these goals. So at some points law leads, at some point law follows, right? So what we are seeing here is we are seeing regulations that are trying to keep pace with the changing needs that are becoming more and more urgent day by day. Of course, I know at a global level, we all know the Paris Climate Accord is there, which all countries are trying to follow. But even at a national level, there are some initiatives that have been taken. We've leapfrogged the generation of emission standards from BS4 to directly BS6 now, and there are more and more stringent norms around emissions from thermal power plants that are being put in place. The Ministry of Corporate Affairs also sometime back in 2019 has placed some sort of principles and directives for all companies to follow in terms of ensuring that their products are ecologically friendly and their products are safe to use for everyone. There are, of course, stricter norms also being put in for water and waste disposal for industries, etc. Now, all of this has so far definitely been done. We can't say that law hasn't kept pace, but as it always happens, there is so much more that can be done. And I think the narrative now needs to change from punitive to incentive-based regulation. And this is keeping in line the increased awareness that's there, not just in consumers, but also in entrepreneurs who are starting out new businesses. And taking from Mr. Bagai, he's talked about innovation and profits. I think right now the question that younger people who are starting out businesses feel is not just in terms of solving a problem. It's not just in terms of compliance with laws, but the mindset that they are taking now is that of a business opportunity. And that is where innovation and that is where profits can both come together. And this is a very, very welcome change that we have noticed in our professional and personal interactions, where sustainability and climate change, like I said, is no longer seen as just a compliance method. It's seen as a business opportunity, where if companies are able to pivot towards more sustainable options of producing goods, options of disposing waste, or coming up with products that are biodegradable, etc., in terms of packaging, there lies a huge business opportunity right now. So that's a much welcome change, and I think law should now support it to become more incentive based rather than punitive based. We are seeing here and there some sort of change in regulations and change in mindset, but I think there's still a long way for that to go. So with that, I'll end my prelim thoughts, and we can proceed. I'll check if Mr. Luthra can come in here and speak about what we've done as a firm towards this cause. I think it starts from the individual, it starts from the company, and it starts right at the top. Mr. Luthra, can we hear from you now?
Okay, is he okay? And I think we could do that. Yes, Mr.
Good
Luthra.
evening. My apologies to all, but very quickly, my thought is we have some very senior people here, Avisha. If we can hear them as to what they're doing, we'll be very happy to add, because this has been something very close to my heart for over 10 years. And I've been doing my bit, and our firm has been doing their bit. I'd be happy to talk in some detail with some interesting visuals that I'm just putting together. So it'll take me a few more minutes. So I'd request the other panelists or Preetham, you could please ask your further questions, etc. And then I'll jump in when we are ready.
Well, thank you very much for joining, despite the difficulties. But let me continue the conversation. And what you have said is very interesting, that we could also now pepper our answers perhaps with initiatives that we know of, some examples of how this has worked. But let me couch this in a bigger dilemma, and I want to put this to Mr. Bagai first, because he brought it up about what goals companies should have: health, well-being, nature, etc. being there, and Avisha also speaking about LLN partners putting well-being first. So to put it in a provocative way, Mr. Bagai, we might think that, yes, profit is a motive which drives corporations on the one hand, and innovation on the other hand is a solution, and innovation should be there. But we are stuck somewhere midway, where several companies, as they say, or corporates say, that it's difficult to sustain a sustainability culture. So because we are already driven, as by certain traditions that we have of generating profits in certain ways, and suddenly transitioning to thinking about profits in the future by great investments into innovation now doesn't seem to be a reality for most, but only for those with a lot of capital to spend. So how do we start thinking about building a sustainable culture in organizations towards working towards environmental mitigation?
Dr. Preetham, meaning being a provocative question, as you said, I'll respond with a provocative response. That 10 years back, did you ever think that a nationalized bank in India or globally would start seriously thinking of investments with a social benefit attached to it, giving out loans which will bring in social benefits and economic benefits and sustainable development benefits. So the thinking certainly is changing. It's going to be a slow process. And I think the more vulnerable in this will be the small and medium enterprises, who will probably find it difficult to cope up with this change in initial stages. You're right, the bigger industry may find it easier to bring in that change slowly, but it's not going to be a process that will be overnight. And it will also need, even at the big business level, a lot of capacity building and understanding of the realities of sustainability and the realities of environmental damage. Because ultimately, the environmental damage that is happening is drawing down the profits. And that understanding needs to be understood by the business, that whatever their unsustainable approaches have been in the past is actually now destroying their profitability also. 10 years back, had you thought of Reliance and Adani putting in $10 billion for renewable energy? Meaning, renewable energy certainly wasn't a very profitable business a few years back, but now they see that in the long term, they need to be ahead of the curve to be able to get that profit. And the profit may not come today, but business doesn't think on a short term, they're also looking at the long term. So I think one important aspect that businesses, while they're looking at profits now, need to really start accounting for the value of natural capital. So when an industry is being set up in an eco-sensitive zone, it's not only the capex cost and the inputs that are going into setup, and that doesn't determine the profit and loss for the company. They need to look at what kind of environmental loss or environmental profit is going to come in as a result of their action. And that value of natural capital has to be part of the whole accounting process. And indeed, it's not going to be only at the industry level. Even the state needs to start looking at natural capital accounting at a macro level to set the science-based targets for nature, climate, and pollution, and adopt a time-bound plan to make their operations net zero. And I think this kind of understanding is coming. There are a lot of companies in India which have started thinking about this and looking at this. In fact, we were approached a few months back by Mahindra's, which is also one of the more environmentally friendly or environmentally companies that have a good understanding, who wanted for us to do an assessment of their whole operations and try to see what is the natural capital deficit that their actions are bringing in. And I think once natural capital becomes part of the accounting process and the accounting books of the industry, that change will certainly come in soon. Also, I think all private sector investments, whether investors, bankers, or insurers, and I would go a step further, even private investors, in the sense people who are buying stocks, you and me, need to start backing companies that are focusing on sustainability, because our returns from those companies are going to be better than companies in the long term who are not backing sustainability. As I said, many large Indian industries have already set science-based climate commitments, and as many as 57 Indian companies have already committed to more than 95 emission reduction targets. 400 Indian companies are already signatories to the UN Global Compact, which is a voluntary commitment by businesses to implement sustainability principles. As I said, through our financial initiative, which is spearheaded by our Paris office, more than 200 banks covering 45% of the global banking industry have signed up to the UN principles for responsible banking. So now I think the shift is happening. It may take a little bit more time, but businesses have started understanding that they need to join the bandwagon, otherwise they'll be left behind.
Yes, so that's good to hear, that there are examples both at the domestic and the international level where this change is slowly coming. So this might be also a good time if Mr. Luthra, you're still here, if you could tell us a bit about what let's say your firm has done some initiatives, I think it would plug right in terms of examples. Yes.
I think Viraj Saab has given a very, very important aspect of how this is to work. My sense is we need to really cross the T's and dot the I's. We've been hearing in the last 6-8 months or 1 year a lot about climate change, ESG. What is carbon zero? We hear of that. How do you arrive at it? How do you decide what is the matrix? What are the numbers? What are the tick the boxes? Let's start with that. And let's also develop knowledge-based people who can come and audit. Now, Sir just talked about Mahindra asking him to audit. That is one of the more environmentally conscious companies that I know, and I know them personally as well. But now, what should they be doing? Now, if we have asked the United Nations if they have asked to come and study their system, will they do an audit every year? Will they do an audit every 6 months? How will this work? That needs to come out in the open. For example, Sir talked about so many 100 companies in India having committed to the United Nations initiative. I want to commit. How do I do that? I don't know. I am committing now that by 2025, my firm, which, okay, it's a small firm. We are only 4 offices in India, about 1,100 people, but we will go to carbon zero by 2025. Let me show you all the stuff we've been trying to do on our own without any requirement by law or anything like that. This is my own app, which I set up solar generation in the home I'm in right now in Shantiniketan 10 years ago, water harvesting. Now this shows real time. I'm generating right now, because the sun is down, about 558 watts of power as we speak. Today, from 6 a.m., I have generated 42.5 kilowatt hours today. And here's the best part. I've saved 28 kilos of CO2 so far today. I planted 2.2 trees today. And every day this gets added up. I have a home in Kasoli. We've not been able to get the app working there in terms of mapping it. But just these little things that each one of us do. My offices in Bombay, Bangalore, Delhi are total first plastic use zero. Not now, 5 years ago. So a lot of these things, if we just put together and make a kind of a simple guide as to what each one of us can tell our colonies or our buildings or our family, and each one of us start doing that. I have 2 girls. You know, it's for their future too. And in terms of profit, sir, you talk about capital, etc., and big companies. Even a small company like mine, when the youngsters, the Z Gen, when they hear about our initiatives in this space and for how long we've been doing it, when they come and feel it in the office, they feel very good that we are committed for the future of the new generations. You know, and what all we've done, and I don't want to put Bagai Saab on the block, but what all we've done in our generation, we've ruined the futures of our youngsters. Now it's time. Each one of us woke up, and sir, I'd be very happy to work with you. We have a team, like Avisha said, of almost about 14 committed lawyers who have come on their own volition and to help with this process, because they are passionate about it. From senior partners to youngsters, I'm happy to put them all on the mat with you, and we can work together, and we can start, and maybe a small thing, but we can say Luthra is committed to carbon zero by 2025.
Rajiv ji, if Preetham ji permits, I'll just take a minute. I welcome your suggestion, and I totally agree with what you're saying. Individual action is so very important, and I would love to be put on the block, because that's my job to inspire people to take up environmental things. And I agree with you, if each and every one of us starts doing our bit, then the big planet would certainly benefit quite a lot from it. And I have heard a lot about the commitment that you and your company have. We would be very happy to have a bilateral discussion with your team. And I'll share with you some of the documents which you are talking about. How does one compute zero net carbon, and how does one take up these tiny actions? In fact, we launched I Live Simply campaign with Sonam Wangchuk from Ladakh of identifying each and every carbon footprint of an individual, and what if they take certain actions, how much of carbon footprint will be reduced in terms of dollars. So yes, let's talk bilaterally, and we'll be very happy to work with you.
Happy, sir. I'm very honored to. And what will be also useful, let's have the great BML University also come forward. Let them come and tell us what is the way to keep on controlling our carbon footprint. I hate saying it this way, but a kind of idiot's guide. Do these 7 things, tick the 7 boxes, you're on your way. This is when you reach. Now, you talked about investors investing. London Stock Exchange is right now, as you speak, coming out with a full policy for the top 1,000 market cap companies. They have to do this audit every year. There are a number of corporations which are making a policy that we will not hire a vendor who's not heading towards carbon zero. We will write for gender neutrality, etc., etc. So if some of these things we can all put together, please believe me, it'll make a massive difference.
I agree, and I'm glad, Mr. Luthra, that
some of these things I have personal experience. In my home in Kasoli, we are making that whole place carbon zero as we speak.
Okay.
Number 1. Number 2, I've also founded another organization called Pani Foundation 8 years ago. I'm very happy to tell you it's become a people's movement in Maharashtra. We have 95,000 volunteers, and we have made 35,000 villages drought-free for life. All voluntary, all without government help. So, stuff like this can be done. And if anybody from the armed forces is listening, why don't we build a simple brigade in the armed forces who's trained in this area?
Yes. No, these are wonderful ideas. And I think, I'm glad that through this panel, at least, we have been able to have one specific collaboration. And I'm happy that, that this can be done. And I'm sure we could take this forward. On that, these specific examples, I think, are very important. As you say, that we must all be doing our own small bit, and in this bottoms-up approach, something larger might come up. But this brings me to a question, and I think we will have to be a bit quick
Sorry
here.
to interrupt, just before you go, I want to volunteer and take the liberty of volunteering Gai Saab as the lead lecturer at BML University. I'll be his assistant on carbon zero and sustainability.
Very welcome. I'll take you up on that, and soon you'll be hearing from us, for not one, but a series of lectures.
And Luthra Saab, after my retirement, I would love to be your assistant in your bar council work.
There we go. That's the networking happening, and this is what I guess these forums are meant for, and very happy to see that. So I think what I'll do is, because we are running short of time, maybe I'll put 1 or 2 questions around the themes that that have come up. One question I wanted to ask Dr. Sharma, because he has extensively, he has worked on indices through which we can measure what the impact has been of different kinds of organizations. So Dr. Sharma, quickly, if you could tell us that on the one hand, people say that the sustainable development goals are very vague, and that is a major reason why they are almost not achievable, and we are seeing difference in thinking there. But on the other hand, someone like you who's working very closely of how do we map these things, what would be useful? What kind of indices would be useful for private corporations to focus on specifically in order to move towards a more sustainable future?
Yeah. So, there is a dictum, what gets measured gets managed. And just few seconds back, Mr. Luthra mentioned something about, he was showing about the power that he is generating through his solar panel and other things. So it's all about measurement. And when we talk about sustainable development, there are three pillars basically which form the part of the indicators that we have. So the first, so I started with by saying this: what get measured gets managed. So the moment you are quantifying something, which are basically represented by the three pillars of sustainable development in the form of indicators. So what you actually do is you are able to control, which pillar of the sustainable development you want to, identify, and which needs to be addressed, and you need to prioritize where exactly, the lacuna lies. Once you have these indicators with you, which you can develop for, different levels, at the global level, at the national level, at the regional level, at the urban level. So what you can do is, the policymakers and the industry can actually identify where they are not, meeting the targets which, you have kept in terms of achieving the sustainability. So like, for example, let me just exemplify in the context of Delhi, for instance. The study that we carried out, we developed the sustainable development indicators. So in socio-economic front, Delhi was figuring quite well. But, in terms of environmental factors, it was basically going down. So overall, the indicator went down. So, we have the social economic factors being addressed, but the environmental factor not being, addressed properly. So this basically tells us exactly where we have to focus. Okay, the economic, social aspects are being managed, but the environmental factor is getting compromised. Similarly, you will find places like Chandigarh, which you are meeting, almost there's a good balance of all the three indicators. So the point is this, that once you have these indicators with you, which are for each pillar of sustainability, you can actually get control points which would help the person who is responsible for addressing, say for example, in the context of industry, you can actually, in order to achieve that target value, in order to achieve that target value, which is actually in positive, you actually can get those control points, and you can target those things that, okay, this is the place where, we need to address, and accordingly, we need to, take appropriate measures and prioritize our, actions, so to say. So this is what the indicators do to you.
Yes. No, thank you very much for that. And I think we have to figure out, as Mr. Luthra and Mr. Bagai were also saying, that maybe research into which indicators should be focused on, which boxes should be ticked, that kind of measuring is important. Let me now quickly come to, Mr. Appan to talk about, again, a specific, kind of renewable energy, because he has worked a lot on mobility. So, Mr. Appan, we do see that, there is a focus now, and there are strides which are being made on renewable energy, let's say electric, solar, and in the field of mobility. So you have worked on this. So how do you, measure, as someone was saying in an earlier panel, that there were only 3 major companies, let's say in automobiles, who were looking at, electric vehicles, and it's perhaps not taking off as it should have. So what has been your experience in looking at how this sector is developing?
Sure. Thanks, Preetam, for the question. I think the consumers and the stakeholders in general on mobility as well as in renewable energy are increasingly becoming more aware, and are rewarding companies that are taking action towards sustainability and are penalizing the ones that are not. So basically, it's no longer a question of whether it's a luxury, it's a necessity for businesses. And that's how they are transitioning. And I can give you sort of one example to illustrate that. So there are companies in the auto sector across the Europe, companies like Toyota or other Japanese auto OEMs as well. They've lost a lot of their market share over the past 10 years to companies like the Teslas or the Volkswagen who've taken action on electric mobility. And I'll be talking more about electric mobility in general because that's sort of like my relevant area of expertise. But I think that's how quickly the technological tide is turning across the globe. In our country, we've reached a sales of three-wheelers for about 15%, as well as for two-wheelers for about 3 to 5%. So we are at a very nascent stage, but we do have the potential to be a global leader in this space, similar to the strides that we are making in solar as well. There are examples of countries who've gone from 15% electric to 85% electric vehicles in just a matter of 8 years. And that I'm taking an example of Norway. So that's how quickly things or technology is evolving. India can't be a laggard or can't turn a blind eye to that. And businesses in India are taking actions there. So we've got examples of companies like Flipkart, who are India's biggest e-commerce players. They have committed to go 100% electric, and then they have already transitioned to 25% electric already. So we've been supporting them with that. Zomato has made 100% commitment. You've recently heard about Reliance investing into Alti Green heavily, which is a three-wheeler manufacturing company. And that's an example of a very suitable example of a very big company investing into this sector. So that shows promise. The government, there's consensus that's shaping up within the government. Government is coming up with policies. But I think at this stage, what our country needs is an ambition that is clear, and that helps businesses with the visibility to make further investments into this sector. I think there's been a lot of back and forth that has happened, but I think globally there are 20 countries who've announced to go 100% electric by a certain year, whether it be 2030, 2035. India does not have a national electric vehicle target. India does have a renewable energy target of 500 gigawatt by 2030, which was recently announced in COP26. I think at this point in time, that is something that we are trying to engage businesses with. We engage 50 companies from the India EV ecosystem in India. And recently at COP26, we got 25 companies from India, businesses from India, including Hero, who signed a pledge of converting 65% of their fleets to electric by 2030. So I think that's there is action that's happening on front of policymakers and businesses, but I think it's moving positively, but I think more needs to happen there.
Well, thank you very much, for bringing out again one of the specific ways in which actually there is hope and we are moving forward. So we have, just little time for some amount of discussion, and perhaps we can take one of the questions which has come up from the audience, which is that, do you think that the Indian industry has been, proactive in advocacy with policymakers to change the policy framework to incentivize sustainable development? Because we could all understand that profits, etc., are generated within an ecosystem, large amount of which is created by the state, of what is incentivized, what is not. So would any one of you like to share of how either the state has responded or how industry has actually been proactive or not been proactive in lobbying for such policy frameworks? So it's open to anyone who wants to take it. Yes,
I can give a very sharp response to that. And yes. Bagai sir and Luthra sir can also come in after that. So I think, Mr. Rajiv Luthra as well sort of brought about an important questions on if businesses are thinking about transitioning into a sustainable business, how should they go about it? And he particularly raised questions about the accounting bit as well as the reporting bit. So I think on the accounting, so there are multiple sorts of measures that's been introduced by the government. So there is BRSR. So and this is basically a jargon, but basically companies, top 100 companies, top 1,000 companies by market capital in India have to report their non-financial disclosures, and that's been mandated by SEBI, and that will happen from 2022 onwards. Businesses are taking up science-based targets. So that's again an initiative run by a not-for-profit. And there are TCFDs, Task Force for Climate Disclosures, that basically evaluates or measures the compliance of these. So I think these are certain examples of business as well as policy sort of action on that in this direction?
No, and also the government of India did set up this so-called ESG CSR committee. I was honored to be part of that committee appointed by the government. Lots of positive thought, not much knowledge. And I want to be very, very frank and clear about it. See, all these things, while they are very good, but there are also a lot of negatives. We need to have that depth knowledge. Like you just talked about, about our commitment to renewable energy. Is anybody thinking about what will we do with those solar panels 30 years from now or 25 years from now? How will we dispose them? What will be the system? I've not heard of any real thought on that. So, these, if we look at it holistically and bring your great knowledge that you have on EVs and Sir's knowledge and collect the global information, we are doing that. I'm happy to share that with all of you, whatever we've been able to scour in the world, whether it's Harvard Law School or Preetham's former Oxford setup. I've been in touch with them. And that all that data we are collecting and whatever information we can get, I'm happy to make a small WhatsApp group and let's share it and start the change from there and make a kind of an idiot's guide to this whole system. Believe me, there'll be a lot of people willing to follow, a lot.
Yes. Thank you, Mr. Luthra, for that. So, Mr. Bagai, do you think that there are specific things that could partner where governments, corporates, and universities or other think tanks could partner to think about the long-term, sustainable measures? Because a lot of the times, several of the measures are thought of as short-term measures. So, do you see a shift happening where short-termism is no longer a justified allegation?
Well, you can't really avoid the short term, meaning our lifespans are such, our interests in business or in government or elsewhere are such that we find it difficult to think beyond 5 years or 6 years. And when we are talking of sustainability, I totally agree with Rajiv ji that our generation is actually to blame completely. And we have put the future generations, our kids, our grandkids at such a great risk. And we are still not really mending our ways. We still continue to go about exploiting planet Earth indiscriminately, thinking that when the real catastrophe comes, we won't be around. And that certainly is a very wrong approach and a very wrong attitude. But human mentality is such that we really don't think long term. Right now, the way things are, we need to look at both short term, certainly, because action really is needed now, today, because we already delayed by 10, 20 years. So we can't start talking about long-term strategies of 2050, 2060 and dwell on that and not do anything today. And as Rajiv ji said, the little actions he's talking of are those that need to be done today by each and every individual. And when we talk to the government, they certainly want to highlight what can be done on the ground in the next 2 years or 3 years, because they also want to show visible results within their time span. And I think so importance of short term certainly is there. But now that the Prime Minister has announced at Glasgow that we will become carbon neutral by 2070, we really need to think out of box and start looking at what steps or what strategy we need to put in place that will hold good for the next 50 years. I'm very happy that the Ministry of Environment has just launched yesterday a big strategic exercise for looking at sustainability by 2040, the 100 years of our independence. And they are with the various partners developing this next 25 years of sustainability strategy. And I think steps like these are very important, but they will remain steps and isolated if the government just puts that as their exercise.
Yes.
It has to be an exercise which involves each and every important stakeholder, whether it's the industry or it's a civil society or the communities
yes.
are affected or are vulnerable. So if it can become a very wide consultative exercise over the next couple of years, I think the long-term strategy will be a very useful step.
Excellent. So thank you very much.
May I repeat them?
Yes,
Just
we are running out of
three-
time, but one quick 30
But
seconds.
very
Yes.
quickly, just 2-3 small thoughts. Every home being built in through our municipalities must have water harvesting before they get a completion certificate. How difficult is it? Every home, especially in towns like Delhi, where we have these water coolers on top of every bungalow, why can't we put so many kilowatt hours of power generation on top? A, it'll keep the water cool. B, you'll get free generation. And make that a mandate to get completion. If we can do simple steps, and I think that's what, if our WhatsApp group gets together,
yes.
we'll make these simple things we can do tomorrow. And I'll very quickly end with, that has been my style all my life. I went to a particular politician, I won't name him, and I gave him a few ideas a few years ago about this pollution. So he asked me, Luthra Sahab, very good ideas. Tell me one thing I should do tomorrow. I said, ban the broom. कहता आप कौन सी पार्टी से है? मैंने कहा कोई पार्टी नहीं भाई. What I meant was ban sweeping.
Yes.
Particular matter was in the air.
Exactly.
So I was meaning that. But anyway, that's a lighter note. But let's give solutions we can do real time and easily.
Yes, I think that is a very good note at which we could end, but this I will take you all up on this WhatsApp group, or at least this collaboration that we could all have in terms of generating ideas and helping different sectors. We can already see that in the chat box questions are coming up on those lines. What will happen to lithium batteries? Once we are talking of EVs now, are we thinking about that? So we have run out of time, and the next panel is going to start. But I want to thank yes.
Preetham, I wanted to just inform Rajiv ji that that solar waste issue which he raised. Rajiv ji, we just started a study with International Solar Alliance on the next 30 years of solar waste hindrances, challenges, and strategy. So there is some work going on right now.
Lovely, and this could be a great business.
Yes. So an opportunity, as we were discussing in the beginning of the panel, that how these can be opportunities. Now, I must now thank all the panelists and hand this over back to the MCs because the next panel is going to start. But let's keep this conversation going, and let's be in touch. And I will take up Mr. Luthra, Mr. Bagai, Mr. Appan, and seek all the help from Dr. Sharma in terms of really acting upon questions of sustainability through.
And clearly, BML listens. I've just received an email that 5 thicket of trees has been planted, and they listen real time, as you can see.
Exactly.
Thank you, BML.
Yeah. Thank you so much, everyone. And back to the MCs. Yes.
Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing valuable insights, and Dr. Preetham Barua for being an amazing moderator to the panel. It was an enlightening discussion on how industries are adapting nature-based solutions and shifting towards decarbonization, circularity, through eco-labeling and concepts like 3 drivers to sustainability, and how law is supporting this drive. We will extend a token of appreciation to each of our panelists and moderate a ticket of tree by Grow Trees, a sustainable enterprise, has been planted on each of your behalf in Delhi NCR. An acknowledgement certificate will be sent directly to all the speakers. Now, I would like to request my friends Siddhant and Mampi to take on the discussion for the next panel.
Yeah. As we move forward, we would like to extend a warm welcome to our next panel. Good evening to all the panelists and the moderator. As student ambassador from BML Munjal University, I, Siddhant Goyal,
and I, Mampi Mandal,
are looking forward to welcoming you to this panel. We are delighted to welcome everyone to today's discussion on transition from a traditional to a sustainable corporation role of CSR, and social entrepreneurship case study. As a first panelist, we have with us Mr. Arun Nagpal, Managing Director, Mrida Group. He is a successful business executive turned passionate social entrepreneur seeking to establish new paradigms of the business of development in the social sector. He has 34 years of cross-functional, diverse business experience covering consumer, automotive components, FMCG, building and construction, management consulting, and IT.
For our next panelist, we have Ms. Kanika Pal, South Asia Head, Community Investment and Sustainability Programs, Hindustan Unilever Limited. Ms. Kanika Pal is an award-winning CSR and sustainability professional over 16 years of experience, presently heading Community Investments and Sustainability Programs for Unilever South Asia. She also founded Solution for Clean and Healthy Environment to influence behavior change for a cleaner planet.
Next, we have with us Mr. Ravi Pahuja. Mr. Ravi Pahuja, Chief Operating Officer at Ramakant Munjal Foundation, handles various corporate social responsibility initiatives for various Hero Group companies in education, skills, health, livelihood, and community development. Prior to social sector, he has a rich 25 years experience in new startups, scaling and managing operations, sales, marketing, and manufacturing.
For our next panelist, we have Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda. He is the head of corporate social responsibility of Tata Steel in Orissa. He has worked with many international NGOs on the issues of education, land rights, sustainable livelihoods, climate change, and disaster management to facilitate creation of people's institution through participatory public discourse.
Next, we have with us Mr. Abhijit Agarwal. Mr. Abhijit leads the sustainability and CSR vertical at Axis Bank, India's third largest private sector bank. His role focuses on expanding the bank's sustainability vision and action across diverse mandates. Mr. Abhijit has been driving sustainability strategies in diverse sectors and comes with strong domain expertise in ESG strategy and management, triple bottom line accounting and reporting, and CSR.
As moderators for this panel, we have Dr. Jaskiran Arora, Dean School of Management. She has held senior positions in reputed academic institutions and corporate houses and brings with her over 20 years of industry and teaching experience. We also have Ms. Swati Munjal, Director Strategic Initiatives and Student Engagement BMU, has vast professional experience in fields ranging from financial restructuring consultancy to high technology product business. We welcome each one of you to the panel and now would request our moderators, Dr. Jaskiran Arora and Ms. Swati Munjal, to take it from here.
Thank you, Siddhant. Thank you, Mampi, for setting the context really well. Good evening to everyone. Good evening, esteemed panelists, attendees, and a fantastic set of ambassadors who've been leading the show yesterday and today. I would like to start a session with a quote I really enjoyed reading. Quote, "No matter how complex global problems may seem, it is we ourselves who have given rise to them. They cannot be beyond our power to resolve." Unquote. Both Professor Jaskiran and me are very excited to have with us a very exciting set of panelists for a discussion on the topic, transition from a traditional to a sustainable corporation, role of CSR and social entrepreneurship. We have a very diverse set of panelists today with us. Mr. Abhijit Agarwal from banking, Ms. Kanika Pal from FMCG, Dr. Ambika Prasad Nanda from steel, representing the steel sector. And on the other hand, we have Mr. Ravi Pahuja and Mr. Arun Nagpal, who will share their perspective from the not-for-profit and social enterprise sector. So welcome to all of you. After spending some time with each of them, I must say one thing, that they're all very passionate about the areas that they work in. And it's a pleasure to be talking to them today. I thank them for taking out their time to be with us and for sharing the excellent work that each one of them is doing in building or empowering sustainable organizations. Over the next course of 1 hour, we will discuss various issues around sustainability and CSR. We will learn from the panelists how their organizations are contributing to the society in different parts of the country. We will seek answers to critical questions ranging from the role CSR can play in creating sustainable ecosystems to understanding how each one of us can become more responsible and sustainable conscious citizen. Being the last panel is not always easy, but I think having an exciting set of panelists definitely makes the job easier. Before we begin this, let's take a little poll from the audience. So Arun, can I just ask you to share the poll? Let's ask the audience a little bit, a question we have. Is Arun on the chat forum? Professor Jaskiran? Okay, here we are. So I'd like all the attendees and even the panelists can actually put. So our CSR, the question is, are CSR and sustainability, are they two different concepts or are they intertwined? Let's start with this question first. So I'd like all the attendees attending and all the panelists, everyone to answer the questions. Give them maybe a second more.
Sure. So we have about 45 participants who have already responded, and it's a very interesting spread of answers. So maybe we'll wait for 10 more seconds, guys. All right. So I'm ending the poll. And this is what the results are looking like.
Oh, great, intertwined. So it's good to start the discussion with that. But we definitely want to hear, because I know when we were discussing as a group, there were very interesting views coming. And we definitely would like to hear each person's view here. So I'd like to start in the alphabetical order, start with Abhijit, in fact, on this question, on what are his views on are they intertwined or are they separate concepts? Over to you, Abhijit.
Great. Good evening, everyone. And thank you to the university. Thank you, Dr. Arora, Swati, for having me here on this panel. Really honored to be here. And I understand it's Friday evening and we're the last panel. So thank you to all the students and everyone who's joining in still for being here. And a great question to start this, really. I would call myself a sustainability professional. I can't even think of CSR and sustainability as a part. Where I want to begin with is just the concept of sustainability. Over time, and this is not a new concept. The concept of sustainability has been around for many decades. But obviously, it took some time to come into the Indian corporate sector. But that being said, so one of the primary motives of what sustainability means is that the corporate sector, we have to expand our understanding of value. What does value creation mean for an organization? And who are your stakeholders? So traditionally, a corporate thought process has included stakeholders as the investor and the customer as the primary stakeholders. And typically all value creation and the understanding of value creation was directed at them, whether it's your return on ROI or whether it's how much what is your top line, what is your bottom line. So over time, that has expanded now because of so many things that are happening, the amount of the risks that are emerging in the world, opportunities that are emerging in the world, we are really understanding that we have the concept of stakeholder is not just limited to these two. So the community remains a very, very critical stakeholder for any organization. After all, organizations are a part of the larger ecosystem. We are part of the same environment in which our customers are, in which our employees are, in which the regulators are. So from that angle, the community becomes a very, very important stakeholder. And which is why companies have always had CSR, social responsibility, so to speak. Now, India in the last 8 years now has been in a very unique position that we are the first country and but I think still the only country to have a very formal approach to CSR. So before that, CSR used to be a very arbitrary concept. So companies would do it how they would deem fit. So manufacturing firms would do it as a social license to operate around where they operate, around their factories. Banks would do it in some other way, financial literacy, etc. But what the rules really have done, they've provided a structure to how CSR is done. Now, what does that do to the overall sustainability picture? That remains. ESG, the concept of ESG, and I think everyone has heard over the last 2 days what ESG is. So really, ESG, they all three remain very critical aspects, and the community is a very critical component of your S. So what the CSR rules in India have really done, in my view, is that it's an opportunity for the corporates to really deliver and look at CSR the same way that they would look at their businesses. So very high impact driven, very well governed, and really making their money go really as far as they can. So from that point, I think CSR and sustainability are very, very strongly intertwined to each other. Companies which have that kind of a vision and they should think in that direction can really make them work really well together. Thank you.
Great. I think it's a very well put point. Thank you for that. I'd like to move on to Ambika and hear your views as well on this.
Hi, good evening, everyone. Am I audible?
Yes, you are.
Yes, sabko mera namaskar. I think I must thank Professor Jaskiran and the entire team from the university before we start this program even. So we are already hooked with and I accept this is all humility that you have planted trees. And probably I studied in JNU and could not do anything in Delhi. And you have planted trees, 5 trees. That's a big thing. So thanks a lot. And I think that itself shows the way the university is thinking of being socially and environmentally responsible. And that we must, and if we do that in our own life, probably we will be an example for our students and the younger generation. And what we believe in, I think my predecessor, Mr. Abhijit ji, was very nicely explaining that about the community as a stakeholder. If you see, like our founder has said it very clearly, Jamsetji Tata, in a free enterprise, the community is not just another stakeholder in business, but is in fact the very purpose of the existence. If we believe in that, and as we are discussing about sustainability, and sustainability talks about equity between like intragenerational and intergenerational. How do we consume without affecting the world resources that is supposed to be kept for the future generation? And what we believe in Tata Steel is primarily what we say, the purpose of business is not just to earn profit, but to create higher values for the future generation. And that we can only do by setting up examples. That's why I started with all humility. The way university is thinking of planting trees, even for the guests, we are there for at least just for 1 hour or 1.5 hours. But you have already established the link that if you are planting trees in our name, we feel obliged to get associated and guide our future generation. And to make that happen, my dear young friends, whoever, like all of us who are on the speaking dais, are probably, we have seen a lot of the world, the way it's changing because of global politics and many such things. But the younger generation who are coming up, the climate change is a big reality, and it's a disturbing reality. And if we don't work on that, then you can't save this earth. Like I'll just maybe within this particular time spread, I'll just share. In 1999, Odisha faced a huge cyclone of category 5. It's a super cyclone where more than 10,000 people died. But at that point of time, all of us together, state, civil society, the agencies, the companies, and all of us, we came together and took a place, because Odisha is vulnerable to disasters, and every year we face minimum 2-3 disasters. But we took a place, let there be disasters, let there be loss of property, but not lives again. That was the call we took. and started building the capacities of the communities, engaged thoroughly to build the capacities of all generations. And in 2013, when Cyclone Philin was hitting, another category 5 cyclone, the Honorable Chief Minister, I was part of the UN system at that point of time, he just had a mission statement: zero casualty at any cost, save each and every life. And that was the game changer. And today, and in 2013, there was zero casualty, and we got all the support and the appreciation from the UN systems. And in last 2 years, when we faced this pandemic as a huge challenge, we were always guided by the same spirit, and the government institutions were doing great job saving lives at any cost. Because we all know when there is a death in the family, it disturbs the entire ecosystem. So if we are vulnerable to disasters, we would do anything that may take to save lives. So that's how maybe in the first instance, I would say stop here. We all have a huge responsibility to work together and create that engagement between the knowledge workers and the community of practice. If we can work together, probably we can solve each and every problem that we are facing today. So thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambika. And I think, yes, Orissa cyclone is definitely one of the, I happened to be in Orissa actually at that time. And I was working in the field with an NGO. And it was really the time where, like they say, the worst of times brings out the best in people. It is really very visible on ground. It's really, Tata's were doing a lot of work, and so were many other organizations. So thank you for bringing that up. I'd like to move on to Arun and hear his views as well on this.
Good evening, everybody. And firstly, I would like to thank Swati, Professor Jaskiran, and the entire BMU team for having me on this panel. I think it's a pleasure and a privilege to be part of this panel and, to be exchanging notes with all of you. I'd just like to start by reiterating Dr. Ambika Prasad's, thanks for the touching gesture. I think not only just one tree, but a thicket of trees. So I think, and at the start of the program itself. So I think that was a very, very nice gesture. Of course, I must add that from whatever experience, and I've been fortunate enough to have had a lot of experience with the university as a part of their Sankalp program. So I definitely have seen that this whole concept of sustainability and social entrepreneurship is actually a part of the ethos and the value systems of BMU. So that's something that I'd like to start off with. Now, coming to the topic, I think I would say that one is really convinced that CSR and sustainability must go hand in hand. In fact, I would say sustainability has a much larger connotation. And any CSR program, according to me, has to have sustainability at its core, not only in terms of its design, but also in terms of its execution and monitoring of impact thereafter. Yeah. Another thing that I'd just like to share with the participants is that, according to me, sustainability has to become a way of life and cannot really be narrowly defined as business sustainability or environmental sustainability. It has to, actually, we've got to live sustainability in everything that we do. I think so that's the other thing that I'd like to share. So it only reiterates the fact that any social activity or any CSR activity must have sustainability at its core.
Very interesting. Yes, I think they are definitely like what you're mentioning, Arun, that at the core of every CSR and activity, thought of sustainability exists, and it's a good principle to keep in mind. So moving on to Kanika, and I know Kanika, you're doing a lot of work around sustainability. It is very heartening to hear the kind of work HUL is doing. So it'll be interesting to see how, from you, whether they're intertwined, but also to see the philosophy of how sustainability is built at HUL.
Sure, and very good evening to everyone. Thanks a lot to the university for having us all together. It's always wonderful to be part of an erudite panel and then to speak towards the last, because most of the points that you want to make have been covered. So I will try to add add more to what has already been said. But I think, sustainability and CSR, a lot of times internationally, when I see, this is a conversation that we have in India. Globally, if you see, it is sustainability, and that's where the buck stops. Everything else is part of sustainability. But in India, we have very conveniently bucketed it as CSR because of the CSR law, and then there's sustainability, and then there's, the reporting keeps changing, and now ESG has become the new fad. But all these things actually, from the times of Tata especially, have existed intertwined, and there is no question of it being separate. Because if we are looking at it as a separate construct, then I think we are fooling ourselves and the world that we are living in. And we can only go that far, living unsustainably, running businesses unsustainably, and not being conscious of the responsibility that we have as businesses to have a positive impact in the societies, in the environment where we are surviving. So that's how intertwined the entire concepts are. And at HUL, we actually don't have a CSR department. If you go looking for a CSR head, you will not find one. If you go looking for a sustainability head also, you will not find one. The reason for that is that in HUL, globally, we have our strategy called the Compass, which defines what we want to do as a business on our sustainability ambit. And that's part of our day-to-day business operations. So you will have a marketeer who talks sustainability, a procurement person who's making sustainability decisions in the process of procurement. You'll have brands that are built around sustainability. You will have R&D people who are looking at how do we make responsible products that use less water, for example, and therefore sustainable for the consumer and the planet. And then you will have a lot of us who are working with the communities in making sure that sustainability is a value creation, not just for all my stakeholders, but also the larger society where I'm operating, and how is it that therefore we have a shared value. So I think for the students in the audience that's here today, it's very important to pause and reflect also on sustainability, and pretty much taking forward what Arun said. We are all in a sense a business unit. We are leading our lives. And if I apply the same philosophy, the question is, who are the stakeholders who are material in your life? Is your relationship with them sustainable? And what is it that you need to do to ensure that your life becomes sustainable? The same concept, when you enlarge it, applies to a village, applies to a city, applies to a corporation, applies to a university, applies to any ecosystem that's operating. And while doing that, you end up making responsible choices. And that's essentially the essence of CSR and sustainability, whichever way you look at it. I personally, if you ask me, I feel the CSR law has boxed us to respond to certain requirements of the law. But at a corporate level, it is much more and beyond that. It is really about having sustainable businesses that are run responsibly, that are run ethically, and are creating shared value for the stakeholders. I'd stop there.
Thank you, Kanika. I think this is a big takeaway. If there's one thing, the audience, and we have a lot of students in the audience, and they're going to be managers, they're going to be presidents, directors, they're going to take on business decisions. And if there's one thing that they keep in mind is, while making decision, is to think of the future generation, is to think how they're creating value and impact, creating higher value for future generation.
In fact, if I can just, sorry, I'm just butting in. I don't think it's about future generation. It's about you and me living this life right now. The definition of sustainability that happened in the erstwhile era of Brundtland Commission, when sustainability got coined for the future, that era is gone in our lifetime. It is about the now and this moment. Are we making a sustainable choice right now? Because that's going to have an impact on us, not in 10 years, not in 50 years, in 2 years. So it's really about right now.
Great. I think if we start thinking of now, the present, the gift, future will be taken care. So thank you for bringing that up. Moving on to Ravi, and I think we'd love to hear your views on this, Ravi, and at the question around CSR and sustainability being intertwined or not.
Thank you so much, Swati ji and Professor Jaskiran for inviting me here today. So I basically don two hats. I'm on the corporate side also of the Hero Group, and I'm also heading the in-house foundation. So sometimes I step on that side, sometimes on this side, but I think I'm doing a great job by balancing both so far. So, I derive my inspiration from our chairman, like he said, we must give back to society from whose resources we generate wealth. That's sustainability and CSR remains at the heart of everything that Hero Group companies do. So, I'll just quickly take everybody through the thought process behind the Hero Group and, for how long they've been doing this. And definitely, the sustainability and CSR both are very much intertwined, So as a true global corporate, we are committed to all stakeholders and communities who are directly or indirectly being impacted. It is a constant endeavor at Hero Group that our employees educate our consumers and the world about sustainable ways of living and contribute to the larger goal of saving the planet. In fact, you'll be happy to know that, the board does not say it is a CSR committee. Every corporate needs to have a CSR committee at board level. So at Hero, it is sustainability and CSR committee. The same committee dons both the hats because they also thought, you can't separate both the things. So, at Hero, we are driving in green mobility, aiming to be carbon neutral operations very soon, water positive, zero to waste landfill. Similarly, another group company, Hero Future Energy, is shaping up sustainable business. The Hero Future Energy constantly strives to contribute to sustainable development through delivering safe working conditions for all project sites, encourage vendors to follow green code ethics, reduce inequality in all forms. So, these are all thought processes which have already started at Hero Group, and we at the foundation design and execute various CSR initiatives for Hero Group in the areas of promoting education, skilling, water conservation, financial literacy, biodiversity management, rural women livelihood, road safety. We're trying to touch many aspects, but at the core, again, on all these projects is how do we make them sustainable? How do we make the communities around us, impacted with our CSR initiatives? Lastly, now I'm very happy that, the government has moved from CSR compliance to monitoring the projects and the impacts of these projects also. So in my opinion, in the end, profit and purpose have to go hand in hand. The companies that fulfill their CSR responsibilities are more likely to become leaders and will be rewarded in the long run. That's it from my side to begin with.
An absolutely interesting beginning to this discussion. Thank you so very much. And to all my audience, just to kind of have a deep dive into what you think of this. To your mind, guys, the audience there, do you think the corporate social responsibility, do you think it is mandatory or a voluntary activity by the organizations? Onto the chat window, could you just quickly share, do you think it is mandatory for the companies, or do you think it is an optional activity for the organizations? And if you're not sure, you could say not sure. Okay, not sure, might be optional, mandatory. Right, so we have should be optional. Oh, that in itself seems to be like, a topic worth debate. But guys, I'll just let you know, for the companies with more than 5 crores of profit, or with a net worth of more than rupees 500 crore, or more than rupees 1,000 crore of turnover, it is mandatory for them to have at least 2% of their profits invested in range of activities. There are 13 that were listed earlier, ranging from health, education, poverty, hunger, women empowerment, welfare of armed forces, so on and so forth. And now I think very recently COVID-related measures also have been added. So what you have just said to think, all of us, is it should be optional, right? And another interesting question to all of you all. So this is in 2014 panel, right? 2014 that it was made mandatory for the companies to park at least 2% of their profits into CSR. So since 2014, can you guess, wild guess, how many rupees do you think might have the companies together cumulatively set aside in social responsible activities? All that we listed. So just a rough guess. Millions, billions, whatever you think. Okay. So 4,000 crores, 5,000 crores. Any more guesses? We're all getting close. So 4,000 and then 5,000. Any more guesses? 1 lakh crores. Whatever is required. That's a very convenient answer. So guys, 1 trillion rupees. Since September 2001, like right from the beginning till about September 21, 1 trillion rupees have been already invested in CSR. That's amazing. And you'll be all delighted to hear that the top highest contributors, top 10 highest contributors on CSR, we have 2 of their representatives here in this panel. Yeah, so Tata Group has been there. In the top 10, Hindustan Liver has been there. Axis Bank's Dil Se program is very soon catching up there. And we have the 2 pillar-like implementers, the non-government organizations supporting them. Awesome, right? And now I'm setting on a poll to your mind, audience. And this is a question that then I'm inviting all my panelists to answer. Do you think this investment of 1 trillion, do you think it's more of a social good ethics, or do you think it's a Hippocratic political statement, right? I am putting on the poll for all of you all to share your views. What do you think are the organization's true motives behind this? Yeah. So do you perceive CSR as sincere ethics or Hippocratic public relations? Wow. So we'll just have about 10 more seconds there. First option. So Dr. Usha, yes, thank you so much. It would be great if you could record your answer on the poll. But yeah. All right. So 5, 4, 3, 2, 1, and I'm ending the poll here. And I'm sharing the results. But just before I do that, panel, any thoughts there? What do you think might be the winner?
I think, Professor, there was one more option to be required, because I feel it is the thought behind a corporate or the management behind a corporate which drives a CSR program, So then basis on that management thinking process, the options could be selected.
Wow. And then there is a suggestion from the audience to say actually both these should also have been the choice, but that is how the results are looking like. So I'm very glad to feel that the audience here realizes all the good intention that goes behind it. But then Kanika, Hindustan Liver is one of the top 10. Yeah. Do you think, right? Of course, Hindustan Liver's philosophy is very different, but in general, right? Do you think the organizations, from what earlier was started by Abhijit, from a very formal approach, mandate to do something versus wanting to do that, right? Where do you think we are headed?
I think the answer, I would agree that it is somewhere in the middle, but I want to give it to India Inc. that there is a genuine felt need to create a difference in the lives of the stakeholders, because that has an impact on business. So any big business who's responsible would do it not because of PR. That you get PR mileage out of it, I'm not discounting that. But it is not, that era of clicking a picture with a check that you're donating to an NGO. There's a reason you don't see that in news also anymore, right? It's not newsworthy. It makes no dent or difference to anybody's life. If you're not really creating a valuable proposition for your community stakeholders, for the environment, and linking it back to business, it will not serve the purpose. And I see the intent is changed a lot. So this year, in the COVID year, in 2022, the expectation is that there's going to be 22,000 crores that will be spent on CSR, right? And 22,000 crore is not a small sum of money. Now, just imagine, as a country, we have the Niti Aayog that takes out SDG index. Now, if we have at a country level mapped what the SDG index is for every state, obviously within that state, there are people who are talking to corporates as to how they can join hands in fulfilling the mandate to perform better on SDG index, right? Now, within the country, when the conversation is changing like that, the business will become a partner with the government to make a tangible difference in the communities wherever we are existing. So let me just give you an example of what I head in HUL is a program called Prabhat. Prabhat is the holistic flagship community development initiative. We work on very specific thematic areas. And, for us, we are constantly looking at what is in any factory location, what is the impact of my business in that community? What is the need of the community? Looking at the state priorities, drawing up programs that can align and be a win-win situation for the community and for the business. So if I am drawing water from the community, I must be able to give back more to the community, having done and set my house in order already. I'm not even talking about the sustainability effort that my factory is taking with rainwater harvesting, with everything that it has to do, ensuring that it is whatever water it's drawing, it is giving back within the factory premises, recycling. I'm not even talking about all of that. I'm talking about way beyond that. So in HUL, just on water, we have a very dedicated function, the foundation, that works only on water conservation for the country, not for the community. It goes at a country level. Prabhat, it works at nutrition for the community. How can we make our villages anemia and malnutrition free? We will work on skill development. How do we add surplus income in the hands of the community? What are the skills of future needed for communities, so that should there be another COVID-like situation where people migrate back, they have the essential skills to find the right skill sets matched with employment opportunities when they're back in their villages. Then we do a whole lot of work on waste management. How is it that we upskill plastics in a way which, for any FMCG, EPR on one side as business proposition, but what are you doing with the plastics and the waste in the community? We engage with the community to ensure that there is green energy, and there's a lot of work that happens. So my point really is that it is not coming from the intent for large corporations, definitely, to create a PR value. It is for stakeholder value creation, and whatever is material for the stakeholder is material for the corporate. That's one. I think in between layer, you have the mid-sized companies or the smaller companies who have the intent to make use of the CSR money, may not have the knowledge, may not have a dedicated CSR resource. They need hand-holding, they need help. And I know that there are enough consultants out there who have helped them to create tangible projects that make sense, again, for their businesses as well as for the communities that are of material issue to them. So all in all, I would just stop here saying that we are not in that era. Just as पहले एक चिमनी से जब धुआं निकलता था, लोग सोचते थे प्रगति है, फैक्ट्री आई है, जॉब्स लाएगी. फिर उसके बाद एरा आया कि अरे धुआं निकल रहा है, क्या कुछ गड़बड़ हो रही है, पोल्यूशन करे, फिर एरा अब आया है, दिखाइए आप कर क्या रहे हैं. It's about transparency. Your stakeholder, we are living in the age of Greta Thunberg. We have youngsters in the audience. Many of them will have questions. They will reach out to all the panelists directly on LinkedIn and charge us with their questions even after this segment is over. We are living in an era of daily activism, very responsible consumers, and extremely demanding stakeholders. And therefore, CSR and sustainability is not a hogwash. It cannot even be a greenwash. It is something which is very, very integral part of India Inc., which is being very responsibly being done. In pockets, there will be stray incidents, but I think we cannot paint the brush with one color.
Absolutely, absolutely. So that's great. Thank you so very much. So Ambika, for the benefit of the audience, right? If you could help us understand what is the process? How do organizations decide, right? Okay, this is the CSR kitty that I have and I need to invest it. So what is the process of doing this?
Yeah, I think it's a very good question. And the way we engage, I think in Tata's, we say that from salt to software. And similarly, when as a child, when I was growing, even my son, we always had the hero cycle to start cycling. And during the pandemic also, the demand for cycling has gone up. So Raviji must be very happy that it's a behavior change to bring the green, to lessen the footprint. But despite all these things, I think I agree with Kanika, whatever she just shared. There are two bigger challenges in front of all of us. One is definitely the climate risk. How do we bring in climate resilience? And the second one is patriarchy. The way the society treats with women. I think this is two issues which worries all of us. And we try to engage with the younger generation. How do you really create positive stories? That's what I always, starting from my family to all my team members, I always say, even to the younger generation, never ever speak to a woman with a loud voice. Probably if you initiate that as your way of life, I think Arunji just talked about it. And to make that happen, you don't have to read big books. We have, I think that's what Jake Wells has said very nicely, the MD of General Electric. To live an ethical life, you don't have to read big books or undergo a lot of training, but you just have to, that's what I was sharing with all of you previously. You just have to remember what your parents and grandparents had shared when we are growing up as a child, that be responsible, speak truth, and share whatever you have with your resources, and keep smiling. And if you need to build the perspective of the younger generation, we had an interesting program with Mr. Rajmohan Gandhi, as all of you must be knowing, initiatives of change. It's called the moral rearmament. It uses the word rearmament, but it talks a lot of morality. And if you try to draw this inspiration, we have always shared, we have great philosophers in front of us. If we just pick up two ideas from Mahatma Gandhiji, that's Satya and Ahimsa, probably you will do justice to everyone, to the nature. And two ideas from Swami Vivekananda, which talks about Seva, service, and Tyaga, that is sacrifice. If you have a combination of all these four and build the perspective of the younger generation, I think you will do wonders. And that is how we engage in any our ecosystem you go, you meet any of those younger people, they would have either undergone this moral rearmament training. We take them on the youth leadership program, we build their perspective. And the way we do is we sit together and come up with a shared vision. To bring facts to the table, we do secondary research. We have a lot of those, like I myself, I am from academic background. We do a lot of research through like looking at the secondary research data available. Based on that, we sit with the communities in terms of developing a shared vision where we want to go. And there, what we have done is basically, maybe that would be interesting for all our panelists and the students also. what we do is, as we are a mining and metal making company, we have our footprints. So what we focus is on the proximate community development. We focus around 10 to 15 kilometers of radius, and we engage on the all social development goals. That is one part of the story. And the second one, we aligned ourselves with the national commitment as well as state's commitment. Like, for example, in Odisha, the government of Odisha, Honorable Chief Minister, had a vision that each and every child must have access to quality education. So what he had a vision is, like, each block, Odisha has more than 315 blocks, each block should have a model school with a CBSE pattern, and best of the children would go and study there. So then when there was a call to us, like, you have to construct 30 such model schools, we have already constructed and handed over 28 schools, and 2 more schools would be handed over. And each one costs good amount of money. That is where you create access for the rural children to have access to the best of the education. That is one part of the story. And when the government of Odisha had a campaign under a Mo school to actually transform the high schools, so we were given the responsibility to make transformation in 200 schools. So when you actually bring a kind of transformation within the existing ecosystem, probably you come up with ideas which resonate. If you do not come up with ideas which is not resonating in the minds of the younger generation, probably we would not be able to have any program that would be sustainable. Just to share about it, like, we were in one of those mining locations. We did 70 years of mining. So the last 1.5 years before, when the new mining policy came and we were asked to move out, then we decided we'll go to the community and we would share that this is what is the government decision and we want to withdraw. And we took the new company which has got that, we took them along with us. We took them to the communities. We said, like, this is what we are doing and this is what you should be taking care. You can't leave the communities. It's not that we discuss jovially. It's either death or divorce or that kind of situation. You are actually emotionally you get connected to that communities. And when we were doing that, trust me, the communities were in tears. We were also in tears because we are leaving them after 70 years. They said, look, you will get it back. And the company went back and shared, we cannot do what Tata Steel is doing. And we got it back once again. So that's how you build that relationship. That's the positive story you build. You inspire everyone, the young, anyone, whoever is in the ecosystem, you guide them by your own approach. So that's where what we do a lot of active engagement with we are part in the social development. We are responsible for that. But in the mainframe, in the steel making, we have something called employees volunteering. We focus on that. We take each and everyone, including the managing director, CEO, all senior officials, to go and engage with the community work. So that is what I think we have one our senior member who is an MD, maybe Arunji is here. So if he anytime decides to come to Odisha, I'll be happy to take him. So when we do that, it actually reconfirms if your senior management is giving this much of time for the community engagement, and how can you be not responsible? And to make the story very clear, once I had the opportunity to take Sir Ratan Tata to the field, after showing everything, he just asked me, after having interaction with children with HIV, he just asked me, Ambika, are we doing enough? I said, sir, how can I answer this? You can never ever say that you are doing enough when you see problems around. Probably that is where we need to engage with the younger generation. And I must share, like, I'm born to 2 teachers. Both my parents were teachers. Children, just remember, if you speak to women with respect, 90% of your growth is assured. 90%. Rest 10%, it's all your attitude and behavior to the humankind. And it all starts how you interact, how you respect a woman. If you are responsible, if you are respectful, rest of the things, time will take place. Just be assured of that. I have followed. I never had problem in my life. I have no disease. So I can assure you that. Okay. So I'll stop at this level, Jaskiranji.
Right, great. And Dr. Ambika, I could see. So when you spoke of emotional connect, right, I could hear that emotion in your voice. And yeah, that's so very true. So very interestingly, panelists yesterday in one of the discussion, they said that typically when we talk of the triple bottom line and we talk of the 3 Ps, right? So it was profit earlier and then it moved to people, and they claim that it is now planet. Right, I'm not very sure. Listening to Ambika, I think it is still people, very much people planet. Of course, might have assumed along the people role, but people is definitely something that's very core to maybe the sustainability element of things. Ravi, being a representative of the corporate Inc. and at the same time being a representative of the implementation partners, right? So when organizations, they look for implementation partners, when they look for NGOs to implement their CSR initiatives, right? What do they seek in those NGOs? How do you think what stands out for the right implementation partners? So yeah, Ravi, if you could help us understand that better, it would be great.
So Professor, I would like to answer that in 2 parts and in very short in the interest of time. So first part is, why do corporates need an NGO partner or an implementation partner? And second part is, how do they select it? So first part is, because once you have, you need NGOs to bring in the diverse skills to, carry out your objectives of the CSR projects. Then the collaboration with the various NGOs expands your circle of influence, expands your reach to the community. And then the collaboration with multiple NGOs also mitigates your risk of one project going bad or the multiple ones not achieving their impacts. So that is the first part, that why do corporates need an NGO? Then second part is like, I keep myself in those shoes, since I being running a Hero Group NGO, but I always maintain an arm's length distance with the CSR teams at Hero, so that they can also treat us like they treat all the other NGOs, because we being related parties, so more eyes are on us. So how I would like to recruit an NGO is that's how I run my own NGO. So this is like first and foremost is the intent. What is the intent or your the NGO partner? So that is very, very important, because the philosophy of the corporate and the philosophy of the people running that NGO should be on the same page. Secondly, I would say the geographical presence, because and the geographical understanding, because like just now Ambika ji said, they do the projects in 10 to 15 kilometer radius of their plants. Similarly, most of the organizations are doing, so today, if I have to execute a project in a particular geography, I must have an NGO which has knowledge of that geography, has done some work in that geography. I cannot bring somebody from South India to execute a project in Rewari, Haryana. Thirdly, I would say the experience and the execution capabilities, and the corporates are very good at judging that. They can easily find out which NGOs has the capability, has the team to execute, has the team to plan and execute the projects and deliver the impactful results. So this is how I would go about finding a NGO.
Great. Thank you so much, Ravi, for sharing that. I think those are insightful thoughts, and also something that you're actively working on, so you know exactly the insights of it. Abhijit, I'd like to ask you a question, around why do you think there are so few organizations that are fully utilizing the CSR funds? We are seeing, when we are reading reports, in newspapers, and when they are being published, that the CSR funds are not being fully utilized. Do you think it's because of the lack of finding good projects, or is it, the intention? Or finding efficient implementation partners? What is the gap? We'd love to hear from you.
Sure. Thank you. So it's 2022 now, and I think this will be 8 years now since the new CSR rules. I'm still calling them new. the CSR rules have been in effect, right? So I think the initial teething trouble that the corporate sector had, I mean, it's 8 years now, so we are way past that. So if that is still happening, there are a few things that, that are, I would probably, some factors I would identify. And I think what Raviji said, what Dr. Ambika said, it is related to that also. It's very clearly, one is, see what the CSR rules have done really. What Kanika you were referring to, it's really brought all the stakeholders together. The government has seen, and government, I mean, one of the intentions of the government was that the corporate sector can drive social projects the way it drives its businesses. And we have seen that happen. So companies want that same level, I was referring to this earlier, that companies want that same level of transparency, the same level of governance, the same level of, I would say, robustness in how their implementation partners are really delivering their projects. And companies cannot be everywhere. And at a much higher level, Dr. what you mentioned, that even that 1 trillion rupees, it's a drop in the ocean of what this country needs, right? So from that angle, but that doesn't mean that we consider ourselves as insignificant or inconsequential. That's not what I'm trying to imply at all. But if today, if I had to really, Swati, if I had to point one finger, a point of why that may be still happening, is I think because firstly, companies are still not able to think very long term when it comes to CSR. So like I said, again, I'll maintain that the CSR remains an opportunity. Everyone, for companies to think long term, that they have this opportunity, they have this funds, and many companies are now, they have to spend a lot more funds than they would have spent otherwise on CSR. So for a company that is used to spending 2 crore a year, just an example, if they have to say suddenly out of their 2% comes to say 200 crore, for example, suddenly you don't know what to do with that fund. So it's very difficult to spend it, especially when you have to apply the same levers of governance of what the rules require you to do in terms of reporting. Then the other side, what Ravij, you were referring to, the NGOs themselves, suddenly you have an NGO with a capacity of, are working on a budget of 10 lakh a year, for example. You cannot give them a project of 10 crore a year. They will simply not be able to execute it. But like I said, again, like I said, we are a drop in the ocean of what this country needs. There's a lot of appetite, there's a lot of space for everything. So the fundamental reason I would think is this, that the alignment of purpose is companies and the other side is still not able to arrive at that. And especially I would put the onus on the companies, the corporate sector. So if they're not able to look at CSR still as an opportunity, as long-term, that is where most likely they will falter in spending that 2%.
Thank you for those insights. I think definitely a long-term plan and finding the right implementation partners becomes very critical for most corporates. Arun, my question to you, and I would love to.
Swati, I'm extremely sorry, but Kanika has a hard stop at 6:40, right? So maybe before we take Arun, if Kanika from you, one quick last practice that you would like to share with the team, what do you think you would want all our audience to take away from what Hindustan Liver does? So if you could quickly share with us that.
I'm sorry. Firstly, Arun, I'm sorry. I took the spot. My apologies for that. And very humbly, I think what I just want to leave everybody with is maybe just a case story of what happens and how it happens at Unilever and under Prabhat, how it gets linked with business as well. In 2018, we started a small pilot project called Project Move, which was on dairy farmers and helping them improve their income. And at that point of time, we looked at dairy management and integrated it with the digital application so that they're able to record their day-to-day transactions and all that they're doing with the cattle from, vaccination to the breed of the cattle, so on and so forth. And subsequently, our engagement in Patiala district with the farmers became very, very robust, and we started seeing changes in the income generation with the input that our vet was also giving, horticulture experts were giving on the ground by simple practices that needed to be changed. For example, pani ko dhakke mat, let there be light in the shed. Simple practices that we needed to advocate to the farmers. I'm talking very grassroots level because I think the audience वो ऊपरी तौर पे नहीं है, बहुत ही धरती के level पे बातें होती हैं. I think people need to understand that. And subsequently, in 2019, 2020, we acquired GSK and Horlicks and all of that. And, as part of business, milk is an important ingredient that goes into the making of these products. And it became very heartening for us because some of the dairy farmers that we were speaking to in Patiala, and subsequently we increased this in UP also, in different districts of UP, they became our suppliers as well, because the quality of the milk improved, their output improved. And not just that, imagine in a belt like Hamirpur district mein gaon hai Sumerpur, wahan pe mahilaएं, for the first time in that region, people started making value added products like ghee and paneer that they could trade amongst each other, because the output of milk increased with quality. Now, because of that, a woman, a small girl child in UP, the mother puts a dollop of ghee on the roti that the child is having. It's transformational for people. This is not coming out of thin air, it's transformational. We have stories where there's a lady called Kamla Devi. She had an increment of 35,000 rupees of saving and income, because of which she is funding the education of a grandchild. These are transformational stories from the community. And this happened because of a pilot that we did in 2018, and now cut to 2022. We are seeing the change happen. I'm sorry, my throat is again going. As you know, I'm still on the recovery path from COVID, so don't mind that, please. But I just want people to understand that CSR, sustainability, business linkage, creating shared value for stakeholders, having your community become a part of your ethos. The CSR law doesn't ask us to work, by the way, with our suppliers. That's business as usual. But imagine, from the community, somebody gets capacitated to a level that conversely, they have the ability now to become a supplier to a company like Unilever, to become a milk pourer for an raw material ingredient that's used in my product, that's used by people like us. This is what the power of CSR and sustainability is, what corporations can do, what people can do when they come together. And I think maybe that's the reflection that I would want the audience to really take back with them. Let's stop there. Thank you so much for having me. It's been wonderful to be at the panel. Thank you so much, everyone, and hope you have a good session thereafter.
You're on mute.
Thank you, Kanika. Thank you for joining us. And in spite of just recovering from COVID, you've been gracious enough to join this panel and be with us and share your thoughts. And thank you. Arun, I have a question for you, and I think this is a interesting thought which I was having while we were discussing that, what can be done? You've worked on this area for many years, and what can be done to encourage more, like you said, sustainability should be at the core of CSR. And still many corporates are not thinking of it like that. In India, at least, this is still a movement which we are building on. A lot of work has happened, and I think we must pat ourselves on the back for the work that's been done. But still, there is a lot of space and work to be done. So what would be your 2 cents in terms of what work can be done to build this in the CSR committees on sustainability being the core, of driving CSR initiatives? What are your 2 cents?
Yeah, thanks. So, I think both Ravi and Abhijit, I think, dwelt on it, this aspect indirectly. So if we bring in NGO partners and CSR partners who have worked in this space and who have some core domain knowledge or expertise in this, and they can kind of work together with corporates, I think that is what can start this whole process of bringing in sustainability at the core of any CSR intervention. Another thing that I'd like to point out, and again, I think Abhijit took up this, that while there is a lot of CSR investment that has gone in, it's just a small fraction of what this country requires, right? The pie is huge. And there are a lot of players, including the government, the corporate, NGOs, crowdfunding, etc., initiatives that are going on. I think there is a very pressing need, and which brings in the sustainability element as well, of all these people starting to work together. Can CSR basically work with the core objective of convergence with government schemes and incentives? Can they integrate the community into whatever they are doing? I think that is something which, according to me, is, something which is missing at this point of time. All of us, whether it's a private sector, whether it's NGOs, whether it's social enterprises, everybody is doing some excellent work. But I think there's not enough of, meeting together, coming onto a common platform, sharing views, learning from each other, which is happening. And if we're able to do this, if we're able to kind of bring about convergence within each other, bring in a pool of knowledge, have the government schemes and incentives have a convergence with CSR interventions, I think that will kind of expand the pie as well as bring in this element of sustainability. In fact, one of the things that we very often talk about is that let's not just treat CSR as an end. Why can we not treat CSR as seed capital? Let CSR be seed capital in order to promote this whole concept of sustainability, scalability, holistic development in whether it's in rural India or urban area. Combine it with, let's say, government schemes and incentives, etc., and then bring about the synergies which will bring about both sustainability as well as scalability. To me, these are the two things. Apart from sustainability, scalability, sustainability and scalability, according to me, are the bane of the development sector today. And if we can crack this, both sustainability and scalability, I think we can significantly enhance the scope of what we're doing. So I don't know if that answers. Just one other point that I wanted to share. In fact, two things. One is, when there is a lot of this talk about, social capital or financial capital, particularly related to sustainability and the development sector, I think what I'd like to kind of share is this whole thought about patient capital. I myself come from the corporate sector. So like Ravi says, one has seen it from both sides. Typically in a corporate environment, you say that, look, here is a challenge, here is a problem. We've given you the resources, we've given you the funds, we've given you the manpower. Now, go hell for leather and, make things happen. Development does not really happen that way. Development is about changing mindsets. Sustainability itself is about changing mindsets, and mindsets don't change very quickly. Mindsets cannot change along the same lines as a spreadsheet or, as a business plan, etc. So somewhere or the other, patient capital is something, when we talk of sustainability, patient capital along with social capital or human capital or financial capital is something that, must really come into the picture. That's what I would like to share.
And I think you're working with Professor Jaskiran to change mindsets through the course Sankalp. So there's a course actually the School of Management offers for all the MBA students. It's called Sankalp, which Professor Jaskiran and Arunji actually, they have co-planned and co-kind of thought through the entire curriculum of that course. And it's a very exciting course. Someday we should take that course and talk about it more. How students are using, you're helping students change their mindsets right at the institution.
If I can just butt in here, since you mentioned about Sankalp, I think that just underscores why I wanted to talk about this, is underscores what I just said about, synergies, etc. So while I think Sankalp works out to be a beautiful program, in a way that, as a social enterprise, we're able to share our thoughts, we're able to share our challenges, etc. And hopefully we're able to kind of get the students to learn something about social entrepreneurship. But at the same time, it brings in a reverse synergy, as I would call it as well. I think there is a tremendous amount of inspiration. There is a tremendous amount of ideas that we get from the students themselves. So, that's what synergy is all about. It kind of brings in that, it creates that win-win situation, which we spoke about, earlier in this program as well.
Swatiji, if I'm allowed to just add to what Arunji just shared, just 1 minute. I think, Arunji, the way we visualize and co-create our programs in the Tata Steel framework, CSR framework, we do it what you exactly said. I'll give an example. We started a dairy project with 20 farmers 4 years before in Ganjam. And then we started discussion, at the same time started discussion with the Odisha Milk Federation. That's a government of Odisha initiative. And today we have more than 1,000 such farmers. We have milk ATMs, and it all started, as you rightly shared, as a patient capital to develop a prototype. And now they are all linked with the Odisha Milk Federation. So that is where I was just sharing similarly on the farmers initiative. Everywhere we just talk about doubling farmer income. So we had a discussion, how can we make it us aspirational farmers? Like then we started a program called Lakpati Farmer, because you have never heard a farmer being called as a Lakpati. So all businessmen are generally called Lakpati. When we started this narrative, the farmers started believing that we can become Lakpati. It took time, as you rightly shared, the mindset. But now close to 4,000 farmers have already earned more than 1 lakh and have become Lakpati. And the highest has gone up to 32 lakhs per annum. And in the TBM, Tata Business Excellence Model, senior MDs had come just to see how this farmer is earning more than 32 lakhs per annum through diversification, horticulture, and all these activities. So once you co-create with the shared vision and in collaboration with the government, then it becomes sustainable and you can really achieve those aspirations.
Absolutely. And I think the positivity in this panel is so much evident, right? We are miles apart physically, but I think one thing that puts us together. So Abhijit from Axis Bank Dil Se program, Ravi, the tremendous work that is done in the area of vocational training, amazing. Ambika ji's Lakpati farmers, and Arun with you creating the Lakshmis of the world. A lady from a rural village actually becoming a Lakshmi in the truest sense. Guys, this is a conversation that is so close, and I think emotions drive it so much more than business per se. And we all take that personal responsibility. And I think from all of you all, for my audience, the idea is corporate social responsibility will come, is a part of it, very much. We all agreed, right? But all of us if we could take that personal responsibility to make a difference to the community around, I think this particular panel's mandate would be met. So with that, Humblest, thank you so much for doing all the great stuff that you are doing. And you guys are truly inspirational and torchbearers for us in every sense of the word. Thank you so much for sparing your time and being with us. And the deliberations, I know we had to cut it short, but then it is something that can go on forever because it is so close to all our hearts. So thank you so much on the behalf of Swati, me, and BML Munjal University. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank
Thank you so much.
Thank
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you so much to all the panelists for sharing their valuable insights on how to create a sustainable ecosystem, along with the motives and purpose behind it, and also about the sustainable choices. I would also like to thank Dr. Jaskiran Arora and Ms. Swati Munjal for being an amazing moderator to the panel. We would like to extend a token of appreciation to each of our panelists and moderator. A thicket of 5 trees by Grow Trees, a sustainable enterprise, has been planted on each of your behalf in Delhi NCR. An acknowledgement certificate will be sent directly to all the speakers. Now, I would like to request my friend Shweta to take it from here.
Thank you so much, Mampi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I have the pleasure of introducing Mr. Akshay Munjal, BML Munjal University founder and CEO of HeroWired. Mr. Munjal, a third-generation entrepreneur, is the mind behind BML Munjal University. While evaluating and restructuring Hero Mind Minds, training and developing programs, decoding the issue faced by students in higher education, to bring positive change and contribute back to society, BML Munjal University was established. And now embarking on a new journey to transform the quality and learning experience of higher education in India. Over to you, sir.
Great. Thank you so much, Shweta. Good evening, everybody. It's my pleasure to attend the second Leadership Summit with all of you. I would like to take you all through the significance of the summit at BML Munjal University. The term UN Sustainable Development Goal, or SDGs as they are popularly known as, were adopted on 25th September 2015 collectively by most of the countries of this world. It's now a familiar one. It is often referred to by a world that is becoming more aware and conscious. Standing at the confluence of the economy, society, and the environment, the Sustainable Development Goals call for a broad participation and unite all humans and encourage every nation to become a part of this agenda for change. There is a call for action for different entities within each nation as well, be it schools or universities, local governments, corporates, organizations, and businesses. Where can the corporates contribute the most? It's a very relevant question. There's a group of economic SDGs that can only be achieved under the change of an informed, aware corporate India that takes up these goals. The panels have covered a vast array of topics over the last 2 days, from the boardroom perspective to implementing sustainability practices in organizations, along with the role of HR in creating a culture of sustainability in the workforce. We have discussed emerging business models in carbon trading, e-mobility, battery reuse from the startup ecosystem, and we have concluded with the legal frameworks required to achieve SDGs and the importance of CSR responsibility in corporate India. The deliberations highlight some important practices and recommendations for the role of business in driving responsible consumption and accountable production as envisaged in SDG 12. These include broad level mandates for sustainability as a core strategy for competitive advantage, performance evaluation at a senior level to be linked to achievement of SDG, focus on ESGs, environment, society, and governance for future investment decisions, and requirement of government support due to sectoral differences in transition roadmaps to achieve these targets. The organization that we all work in are beginning to seriously work on sustainability. We asked ourselves, what will these changes mean for workplaces, for jobs, and of course, in terms of knowledge and skills? Some industries have taken the lead, such as the automotive industry. Hero MotoCorp is leading the change towards electric. Interestingly, public sector giants such as NTPC have also made tremendous strides in this area. Organizations working on new tech, circular economy, renewable energies. However, many industries are yet to discover viable models that find the fragile balance between the planet, people, and profit. This is not an easy balance. Innovation and entrepreneurship, startup and VCs are playing an important role as we enter a different phase of industrialization. The sustainable corporation will have a different organizational ethos, employ people with different skills and new knowledge, lead to jobs that currently don't exist, and have ripple effects. Going forward, here are 3 areas that education will focus on to take us closer to sustainability. The first area is our curriculum, which will continuously evolve to equip people with new skills, new knowledge for new roles and new industries. This includes creating talent in areas such as renewable energy, sustainable tourism, circular fashion, smart agriculture, architectural planning for resource efficient cities, public health systems, and many more. The second area of focus for education is our responsibility towards citizenship. While policy frameworks and technological innovations will bring in new ways of producing and consuming, they're not enough to bring about a shift in thinking, lifestyle, and values. Institutions must make sure that the next generation act differently, encouraging students to live SDGs from a very young age. They need to make that a part of their life. Finally, education will focus on outcomes and transformation that come from each individual taking responsibility and so shaping the institution programs. Malala Yousafzai once said, all the SDGs come down to education. Today, we are confident that sustainability will be core to the world of work and therefore to our drive to nurture talent for the real world. I acknowledge and appreciate the broad participation of industry in this summit, and more importantly, the on-ground change that is being undertaken by them. BMU aims to align education with the next in corporate India, and we look forward to developing talent for world's new sustainable businesses. Thank you, and thank you for having me.
Thank you, Mr. Munjal, for enlightening us with those wonderful words on sustainability. Now we have Mr. Gurbinder Gill with us. He takes care of development and alumni relations office at BMU. After a long stint in banking, where he worked for organizations like Citibank, ICICI Bank Limited, Mr. Gill shifted to education sector in 2013. He has worked in Pearl Academy and prior to joining BMU was at Ashoka University in the development office. I kindly request you, sir, for the vote of thanks.
Thank you so much. Good evening to everyone. At the outset, I would like to thank all the esteemed panelists, moderators, and BMU leadership for being a part of this summit. Indeed, our biggest challenge today is to preserve the ecosystem for generations to come. Over the past 2 days, we've had a diverse set of panelists speaking on wide-ranging topics like sustainability and business performance, learning and development for sustainability, developing organizational capabilities to meet sustainability goals. Further, there's a discussion on balance between sustainability and entrepreneurship, creating sustainable organizations, and the last one, and transition from a traditional to sustainable corporation. Successful entrepreneurship is not just about profits, but also about impact on society and the environment, or what is now popularly called the triple bottom line. The timing of this summit could not have been at a more opportune time, since the Securities and Exchange Board of India has started work on having standardized norms for companies on the environment, social, and governance factors, which would guide investors to make better investment decisions. Currently, the top 1,000 companies by market capitalization have been mandated since May 2021 to submit a business responsibility and sustainability report to the stock exchanges as part of their annual reports. Starting April this year, companies will be required to disclose the financial implications as well as their plans to mitigate or adapt to ESG risks. Slowly and gradually, we are moving to a situation where we want to evaluate how business contribute to the society and the environment. As the famous Chinese proverb says, a journey of 1,000 miles begins with a single step. We have started the work towards making this world more livable. I'm sure with so many of us contributing, things will only get better. I'd like to thank everyone who's worked at organizing this enriching summit. Once again, thank you, everyone.
Thank you, sir. With this, we come to the end of Leadership Summit. Thank you to all the panelists for leaving us with valuable insights on sustainable business models for the future. Big extended thanks to all the teams who participated in the Leadership Summit. We hope the summit has been fruitful and knowledgeable for you. Extend my thanks to the Insights Club and everyone who guided us toward the event to make a success. Thank you for joining us today. Signing off your host for the day, Harshita and Shweta.